I'm a little late. Oops. But hi. I'm a little later than I intended. I actually intended, since it was a bit cooler today, to start at my intended start time. Which, for those that don't really remember, that's 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. So I was hoping, but I did my exercises, and then I made it dumb because I was listening to music while I was doing it this time, so I didn't end at a reasonable time, or I didn't. Not that I didn't end at a reasonable time. I doubled my I doubled what I did yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yes. Also, I'm so fucking close to just... Here, let me do something real quick. I'm removing, Kick from the chat box. It's always just bots. I still have Opera open? Oh. Also, for those that are not in any of the things, I did finish up the commission that I was talking about. Let me... I don't know. But I did finish the commission. Obviously it's not going to be in the corner because, like I've been saying, it's not Twitch friendly. It's not even freaking Blue Twitch friendly because Blue Twitch has that new rule. There. Now I won't have to clean that every every hour or so because of fucking bots over there. But yeah. That's on the alt Twitter, it's in the Discord, it's in a few other Discords, but like... and it's on Blue Sky, because Blue Sky I don't really separate it, because I can actually tag, like, individual things without tagging, like, my entire account. It would be really nice if there was, like, a perfect, social. But that's never gonna fucking happen. because everyone has different priorities on what, like, features they want. There's also just different cultures across all of them. Like, there's outright rating systems on freaking Blue Sky that shame you if you don't alt text, which I don't mind it for when I do, like, art pieces or, like, I'm part of an art thread or something like that. But if I use the same thumbnail 300 fucking times in a row, I don't want to just have to copy-paste every goddamn time. Saying, hey, here's what this thumbnail is for, like, my yapping thumbnails. If it's for a game, then all I do is say what the game is. That's fine. But then people freaking... Hey Kaiju, how you doing tonight? I don't even think it's like a moderation thing. I mean, it's a problem where, like Twitter, for example, as the example that I'm referring to with the individual things. I like how I can mark not safe for work things as not safe for work independently on Blue Sky. But I don't have that option on Twitter, as far as I could tell. I mean, even if you do that, you still get fucking shadow banned, so that's why people have their alt accounts and whatnot. I don't even start getting into the conversation about, like, YouTube versus Twitch versus Kick versus fucking... I think someone asked about Rumble the other day or something like that. Because... I mean, for fuck's sake. The answer is Twitch. Are you part of the main freaking circle that gets all their... all their wrongdoings just kind of ignored? No? Okay, congratulations. Here is the list. It's not an extensive list. We will just find certain things occasionally that we toss in there in order to fuck you over. YouTube's at least pretty consistent. Sometimes they do go a little overboard in their moderation, like their don't use curse words in the first fucking 10 minutes or whatever it is. I didn't like that, but they're at least, as far as I can tell, mostly consistent, even if they do overstep at times. And then they refuse to budge for X amount of time when they do, like, clipping channels that outright have the people that they're clipping for say, hey, this is like an official clipping channel, guys. You don't have to ban them. And they're like, I don't know, they're still an impersonator. It's like, that's the person there saying they're not impersonating them. What do you mean? I don't know if Pierre ever got his channel back. I'd like to think that he did. I mean, the problem with Facebook is that they just outright... They outright don't allow that kind of stuff at all. Aside from when they do. Because, like, stuff will just go on in the background. And I have no idea... I have no idea where their gap is in that, in observation on that. It's not as bad as it used to be. But yeah, Facebook's, I don't know, in a weird spot on that. Kick has more problems than just the nuisance streamers is the thing. Like, that's what I was just doing a moment ago, is they have a massive fucking bot problem. So I would have to constantly wipe chat because deleting them, since their API isn't public, like YouTube's and Twitch's is, they don't have... What's the word I'm looking for? I mean, I guess. I don't really care much about the gambling thing. You don't have to gamble on the site in order to be on the site, so... I don't know. That one's more of a moral thing. If you don't like the gambling, then sure. I don't really care. At least they're open about it, unlike freaking certain sites where they're like, here's this totally normal video, we swear it's normal. Go into it and, like, in the middle of the screen, every 5 minutes, it's just like, go to the #1 crypto casino on the internet. And it's like... Bruh, I just want to go into my lore deep dives. And at that point, it's, like, predatory in another degree, because half the time, the channels that do that toss a wide net, and, like, some of it's kids shit. So I don't think that they just decide, oh, I'm not going to put the gambling ad in the kid stuff. I'm going to put it in all the things that I do. And people that are going to promote the gambling find their ways around it when they do it on other sites. Because, oh, it's actually a gacha system on our website. Shout out to the FaZe Clan drama from like 2 years ago. It's fucked up. But I have bigger problems with... I don't even think the nuisance streamers on Kick are the big problems. The problem is that there's actually legal shit that's on there. There's some dude that freaking 90% of his streams are him abusing his dog. There's a dude that literally died, like, earlier this week, live on stream. And he had, like, an entire month-long thing where it was just a torture fetish thing. Kick had slowly started, like, fixing its problem because it was actually banning some of the nuisance streamers, so it was, like, slowly starting to get its reputation back because there were, you know, certain people that would, advocate for it that are decent. Like, GTA RP, apparently according to Giga, several GTA RP servers have like outright categories for it. There are a few people that were advocating for it because it doesn't have the problem that Twitch does where the favoritism is blatant and who actually gets away with actually legal shit. And then, like, the past 3 weeks have happened where all three, where, you know, the death on stream, people finding out about the torture corn thing, effectively, and then the animal abuse thing. All of those in 1 week, and it's just like, oh, hey, congratulations, you were up to, like, 10 points of goodwill out of 500 after all this time, and you just plummeted back down to negative 700. And then people that don't go over with a following like yours truly, it's just spam of the same bots. It's like, oh hey, I can totally freaking get you to this thing, just add me on Discord. It's like, oh yeah, okay. I really believe that. Because I'd been recommended to try it out by someone else, and I don't know. I don't like the site that much. Mostly due to the bot problem. Nothing else is really a big problem aside from the bots. At least as far as, like, just being a streamer on it. Overall, the reputation of it is back in the dumpster. So, transferring people... I don't know, no one wants to go over there as, like, a viewer because it's like, okay, cool. But it's like any other streaming site where they are going to advertise the biggest people, and the biggest people are pieces of shit. And I don't want to look at that shit. And I can't say I blame people for that. Really? I've never really had any problems with Discord as far as logging in goes. As far as finding or joining places, I don't know. I don't join any of the public things. Granted, one streamer that I watch does have a public channel now, which I still think is probably a bad idea, given just, you know. We already had, I mean, at the time, an influx of kids that joined in that really shouldn't have. Once they like started uploading, once they started putting the Discord on like YouTube, but I don't know. Yeah, I haven't had any problems with logging in. I did have a bug joining a server the other day because they have they had Discord's new way of doing the accept rules thing, and it didn't pop up properly. And then I eventually tried again, and it did work the second time. But that was certainly something. Discord has its own sets of problems that are happening, though. I mean, first and foremost, as everyone's pointed out, the whole Nitro for basic features thing. But also recently there's been a CEO change, and one of them is like the biggest advocate for loot boxes from, I think it was Blizzard? Which, I mean, even just Blizzard alone is already a red flag to some. But they were a big advocate for loot boxes, and Discord already likes to try and be very monetized. They haven't quite gotten to TeamSpeak's level of charging you to have a paying to have a server, but I think that greed and moderation isn't that bad. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to expand, you have to have money. If you want to a lot of stuff does require money, is the thing. More servers, you need more server space. You're gonna need money in order to actually buy the hardware for that. You gotta pay your devs in order to actually get them to, you know, do stuff. Otherwise, you're just going to be paying for people for like a week that you want to update something. They're going to spaghetti on top of it, and then everything stops working at a certain point. And then no one, because everyone's been shifting out so often, no one's got an ability to keep track of it from everyone else. The problem really becomes when either inshitification or shrinkflation starts becoming the way that you do it. My biggest example is I was pretty early in the Discord train. How old is my account at this point? What is, like, 2017? $2016? I mean, everyone's got their own subjective point of view on what classifies as too much monetization is the thing. There is no universal thing. I mean, some people don't even like the fact that there's cosmetics for Discord, which I think is fine. I think that the cosmetics are fine. They are bonus things that people can pay for. That's fine. I will never engage with them because I don't really care, but I think that it's a fine way to do monetization. Some people think that they shouldn't even go that far. Used to, Discord allowed, just based off of server size, for you to have universal emotes. When they originally rolled out Nitro, they said that Nitro would now be how universal emotes are going to be handled. And they said, this is going to be for everyone new. You will no longer be able to make your emotes universal based off the size of your server. However, we will grandfather in those that already have it. That lasted not even 6 months before they're like, okay, no one aside from Nitro users gets universal emotes. And the servers that people would join for emotes way back when died as a result of that. Alright, good luck with work. But yeah, I think that it really varies. I saw you walk in here. Where are you? Oh, you're over there. What are you doing? Come here. Come on. Let me move some things so you can jump up here. Come on. Come on. Jump it. Jump it. Jump it. Come on. Come on. Right there. What you doing, fat ass? But yeah, it's a balancing act of sorts. I do think that lying to your user base, and not even 6 months, let alone a year or anything, before going back on your word of, oh yeah, we'll grandfather in this feature. I think that that's dog shit, dude. I don't really use Nitro because I don't really have a need for it. I don't use external emotes enough, and my subscriptions on Twitch work enough for that. I also have my own emotes, so that works. But I think that another thing that they removed was file sizes. I don't know if it is exactly for the reasons that people think it was. A lot of people say that the reason they did it is to combat piracy. To keep people from just, like, sending entire games due to the old file size. But I mean, games and people that would also, like, give malicious files that would, like, yoink people's stuff. But A, people just use a Google Drive. B, you can still just buy it for like $4 a month. And C, it didn't stop the hacking problem because people just use malicious links. Of which Discord doesn't stop anything from happening. Stop anything for. They still allow you to freaking link mask. You can just swap a link out for another link via the I don't know what the term is for it. But you put one of them in parentheses, you put one in brackets, and it swaps out, like, a word like, oh, hey, here's Twitch for the Twitch link. But you can do that with links that exist. So it becomes a problem because someone can say, oh yeah, here's a link to Steam. And then it's actually freaking keystealer.com or whatever. And it's a really, really bad thing. It's nice that I can just stick my Twitch link into the word Twitch whenever I'm doing, like, an intro or something for a channel that's, like, for creatives. Not so nice for the fact that it's so much easier for people to just do that shit. So yeah, I'm part of the camp of I don't think that the safety / whatever was the reason for the lower file sizes. The only thing it winds up actually doing is meaning that you have a much smaller image size that you can do, which is a problem for me. Because I can't some commissions I can't just send directly. I have to freaking send through Google Drive or whatever. As a result. It gets done in the end, but, you know, it doesn't. It's not a thing that I think was done for safety's sake. It's another enshittification in order to, or shrinkflation. Remove a feature so that people have to pay for it again. So, I don't know. I think that's where the problem comes in with how Discord does its monetization at times. Let me... we migrate over to this. But I think that there's, for sure, much better ways that they could have done their monetization even already. Because let's be honest here. Nobody likes when they get stuff stolen from them and then it's sold back to them. Which is basically what it was. I mean, it's their site, so they technically have the right to decide what people have as features. But I had access to this. And then you just removed it. You have the ability to keep this here. There are plenty of sites that go off of donations exclusively. I love how I have a GTA 5 ad here that says get up to 2 mil in GTA Online. As if 2 mil is anything. $2 mil isn't even, like, a good vehicle anymore. But yeah, I think that it would be nice if there was like a not necessarily perfect, but a an undoubtedly good website. Twitter, give me the feature to mark certain things independently as not safe for work. Or at least don't hide it within, like, a pile of things. I can't find it. That's for sure. And fix your bot problem, for fuck's sake. Even just a little bit. I don't need to go from, like, the current state to having never see a bot in my life again. It would be nice, but I don't expect it, considering how many bots there are. It's like asking Kick to freaking fix their bot problem completely in a single day. However, it would be nice to not have actual hundreds of bots just spamming me daily. I mean, they apparently fixed a little bit of, like, the biggest portion of the bot problem. I don't get those very obvious crypto dogshit bots now, but I don't know. Oh yeah, also this. I think this is going to be a hard few months. I think that Twitter's automated system is really bad at figuring out what 18 plus content is and making it everyone's problem. Which I have seen. I've seen people posting pictures of their pets and then finding out that the image was flagged as not safe. So I have no idea what Twitter's AI actually searches for. Bryce knows it's not good at finding what are bots. You are such an attention whore, you know that? But, I mean, to be honest, let's not even freaking... How do I put this? There is no perfect system. And people that prefer one side over the other will always fling shit at the other site. Right? Blue Sky will fling shit at Twitter because of its bot problem, or because insert thing that they're mad about, or freaking... I mean, especially... their hatred for Elon. Not a whole lot of people really like Elon. That's not even, like, surprising. But give X, Y, or Z on that. Freaking people... piss and moan about all that. People will call freaking Blue Sky an echo chamber, which Certain parts of it definitely are. At this point, I can't even freaking deny that. Even as an apologist for it from an artist perspective. Christ knows that back in the Kirsch drama / Anna Valen's bullshit, that became more than evident. And you're gonna have a difficult time convincing me otherwise. Especially once people ignored, like, all the shit that was said originally. But then turned around, and when she was like, oh yeah, I don't hate Pippa, everyone's like, okay, get off the site then. Congratulations. Nice friendly fire. What are you doing? Where are you going? Bye! What are you doing? Ugh. My phone is on fire, dude. What the fuck? It hasn't freaking heated up this much in a hot minute. But I think that... I mean, it's definitely not helped by, you know, everyone being at each other's throats all the time, right? And people, in regards to that, especially. For those that were here the other day, you already know me pointing out dude says, hey, maybe we shouldn't be overly hostile to people. That might be driving people away. Everyone's like, shut the fuck up, and is then overly hostile to him, saying that he's like the worst thing ever and whatnot. And it's like, I mean, part of it was because he was talking to Leaflet at that point in time, and everyone's like, oh, Leaflet's freaking Satan or whatever. I'm not a huge fan of Leaflet anymore, just because there was a big stint where half of her stuff, half the clips I saw were just jerking off Musk, and I'm like, okay. I'm not gonna freaking dedicate my life to acting like you're the spawn of Satan or whatever. However, it ain't my freaking jam anymore. So I'm headed out. But a lot of people just take even basic criticisms as insults. And it leads to a very big problem, and that does lead to the reputation of things like Blue Sky as an echo chamber, because if you say, hey, maybe we should self-reflect a little bit, and not dogpile on anyone that says something that we slightly disagree with, then you're the one that gets dogpiled on. And marked as the enemy of the entire nation or whatever, and it's like... It's not a personal attack, dude. Meanwhile, you know, the extremes on either side say, oh, you're a freaking commie, oh, you're a freaking NZ, oh, you're freaking... Insert actual crimes. Like, maybe we've gone a little too far at this point? Just a thought. I don't know. It at times feels like I'm the only sane one. When I go, oh, hey, maybe we don't have to agree with literally everything in order to stay as friends. Like, God forbid if I freaking had that kind of logic with my friends. I'd have to stop being friends with Tebber because they like fighting games. I'd have to freaking stop being friends with a few different people because they allow people in their communities that I think are genuinely problematic and should not be around them. And I'm gonna dance around my words a little bit on that, just to not, like, start fights or anything. But I've talked before about, like, namely in regard to the growth talk the other day. Like, certain people that want to grow, but they won't cut out the bad eggs that no one wants to deal with. And then they're like, why don't I grow at the rate that I want to? And it's like, probably because you have... Probably because you have these people over here that are hyper-parasocial, and try to twist everything into a very sexual thing, despite the fact that you aren't really a sexual streamer. And, like, I've commented a few times on the joke. There's a running joke of the streamers that are the least oriented that way have, like, the horniest fan bases. And I've mentioned this, especially with, like, Cleo being one of the big ones. She, as a streamer, doesn't really lean too much into, like, sexual stuff. But her fan base is complimentary down atrocious. Fantastic art, though. That's why I say complimentary. They are absolutely fantastic with the art that they produce. But they are very, very, very horny with it half the time. Which is very funny, given, like, the... What's the word I'm looking for? My brain wants to default to juxtaposition, but I don't think that's the right word. The duality between streamer and fan base. There was someone else that I saw the other day who is not like a very... Not really lewd at all, even like joke-wise. And they had like a really, really horny piece of artwork that was made of them. Very good artwork, but I was very surprised. I mean, I guess not like surprised, because, as I've established, it's kind of expected to a certain degree. But it was very funny. I actually, I don't remember if I sent it to Teber or if I put it into my private server. As far as, like, the art piece that brought that back to mind. It might not be in my DMs with Teber. It might have been because it was just so, so forward, I should say. Oh, my ad break passed. Let me do a quick look. To see if I can find it. It's gonna be behind all this. It's gonna be behind this. It's completely unsurprising when it comes to Gigi. Gigi is very down bad, to say the least. I think it was Fauna, actually. Or not Fauna, Nimi. Same person, but... I think it was that I got shown a clip, yesterday. About, like, a lactomancy or something like that. And that was what it was, because, I don't know. I don't think that Nimi really leans into that a whole lot. She's not, like, innocent kind of deal, but... She's not, like, forwardly... Like... Saba. Or, Freak Phantom. I will be right back, though. Maybe we'll get onto our video. Up. Going. You jumping up on this side? There you are. Alright. Remove that. I'll finish the song and then we'll move on to video. Because I got recommended a video about Postal 1. And everyone talks about Postal 2. Like, everyone loves Postal 2. I love Postal 2. But nobody really acknowledges the fact that there's a 2 there. Aside from Civi, I don't know of anyone that's really gone into Postal 1. But there is this video. And Postal 1 is, kind of fucked up. To say the least. Fucked up to the degree that the remake of Postal 1 actually removes a level because it is that fucked up. And people talk about how, like, people theorize and whatnot about, like, if it's actually stuff going on or if it's, all in his head. Like, as opposed to, yes, everything that happens in Postal 2 and Postal... Not everything that happens in Postal 2's DLC. But everything that happens in Postal, everything that happens in Postal 4... We're skipping to 4. Postal 3 doesn't exist, it can't hurt you. But all of that, all that actually happens. People theorize that Postal 1 doesn't actually happen in reality. Because Postal 1 is kind of very similar to Hatred, honestly, in how it handles itself, to the point where the remake actually has a Hatred skin for it. I have 2 of the same image here. Give me one moment. Can I fucking help you? I can't just have all of you all over my desk. She's there, you're here. Why am I being surrounded by cats? How was the sleep? Look at this fucking thing. You can't look at this fucking thing because I don't have the actual camera set up. Also, to answer your question, Silence, the Deponia series is good as long as you ignore the 4th. Is it still, like, super hot there, or why was it meh? Yeah, fair enough. I'm not excited, over the fact that I'm dead certain that there is going to be another heat wave that comes along before we actually get our Mercy. I don't expect Mercy to actually happen until maybe October. Late September, October, maybe. This. This. Okay, so for those that don't know and only know Postal via the second game onward, where everything's goofy, it's fucked up, but it's goofy. Like, everything beyond that, and ignores Postal 3 because Postal 3 doesn't exist, it can't hurt you. For those that are not familiar at all with Postal 1, this is your warning now. It is a very fucked up game. Viewer discretion is advised for this video. I, myself, may actually play Postal 1. It's actually to the degree where I might save it for an October video. Or not video, but I might save Postal 1 playthrough for October. It's on the completion list, so I will be playing it. But Postal 1 has like none of the goofiness from the later games. Can you not, like, lay on my keyboard? Why are you in here? Can't you go, like, mooch for food in the kitchen like you're supposed to? As long as you're not pissing off Reed, then it's fine. You also do not care that I am holding your head like an apple right now. Is it because you're getting the head scratches? Huh? Brat. Fucking brat. Oh, hey, look, Civvy. I'll also open... Oh, hey, we have played Harvester, though. Maybe... I don't know. We did start at our later time today, so I might not go through these, especially because I like to pause a lot. This is an hour and a half long, which is kind of the amount of time that, with zero other obstructions, I would probably end at. So this is probably going to last us until like 1 a.m. or something. Which means that we should probably get started.
The Postal franchise is both infamous and beloved for its outrageous, shocking over-the-top violence, lowbrow toilet humor, and its willingness to make fun of itself and the player.
Didn't you just save? My grandmother could beat the game if she saved as much as you do.
Postal 2 caused the series to become legendary entries for PC gaming, and its developers, running with scissors, to define the entire franchise with the same loving touches of Postal 2. The game is so widespread and iconic that it really needs no introduction, but notice how Postal 2 is what everyone talks about. What happened to Postal 1?
Postal 1 definitely fits more into like a horror genre with like a lot of its imagery and whatnot. And like I said, there are theories that everything in Postal 1 happens in his head, especially considering the fact that he's still around for Postal 2. and not, like, incarcerated. At the very least. Outright executed. At, like, the expected level. Oh yeah, by the way, remember when I said there's it gets fucked up enough that the remake removes a level? Yeah. I didn't actually expect him to outright put that in the freaking intro that that's what fucking that exists. But yeah, that's just a level for a Postal game.
The origin of this peculiar franchise is only spoken of in hushed tones and frightened whispers by even its strongest defenders, because the content within is so radically unhinged and apologetically disturbing that it not only ended up doing things that Silent Hill and Half-Life 2 would later take from, it was partly responsible for expediting discussions in the American Congress for
Half-Life 2? Silent Hill, yes, you saw the freaking imagery. There's Silent Hill there. But I don't remember there being any... I mean, I guess that, like, the servitors, I don't remember their exact names off the top of my head. If we're going by, like, specifically Half-Life 2.
Video games affecting the youth, as well as the federal government being quite upset with the creators for reasons you'll understand later.
Yep.
I'm not making that part up either. This is to say, Postal 1 is so grisly, so shocking and uncompromising, it left a permanent scar on the entire gaming industry that it still hasn't entirely healed from. While not disfiguring, it's still noticeable enough to have altered the perception of the medium in both major and subtle ways. This game predicted the future in a pitch-black way that no one was prepared for. My aim with this video is
Wait, when did Postal 1 come out? Because he said these take place in 97. (10/19/97). I guess that they do take place a little bit after the game released.
Pitch black way that no one was prepared for. My aim with this video is to showcase and explain how the visuals, subject matter, and gameplay made Postal so grotesque and monstrous to behold during its release, as well as how it stands today in regards to its legacy and impact. This is a game that has affected me so greatly creatively and artistically,
Ooh,
and
I hate
there's
that.
absolutely nothing quite like it. No other bottle to hold this kind of vicious, downright sickening lightning running with scissors was able to capture with this release, and how nearly every other attempt, including the official remake done 20 years later, failed in most aspects to embody the delusional, paranoia, and unrelenting hopelessness Postal exudes with its entire being. I'll pay some lip service to Postal 2 and the rest of the series, but this video is primarily based on the original PC release of Postal. I highly don't recommend spending God knows how much on the original big box PC release, unless you're me, but the developers were kind enough to make the original freeware on nearly every relevant digital platform with all expansions. Steam is the most convenient, so
There were expansions for Postal 1? Hold up, let me, Postal 2 Redux is actually in Kickstarter. As of a week ago. Interesting. Fully voiced, blah blah blah. Multiplayer. Original 16 levels, 4 from the special delivery expansion, and 2 previously Japanese exclusive levels. Interesting! There were Japanese exclusive levels for Postal of all things. Where's Running with Scissors located? That's a film, that's not what I'm after. Company. Running with Scissors is... yeah, Arizona, I thought so. That's why their games take place in, I think it's, like, pseudo-Arizona.
That's my choice. These kind of games have all sorts of issues. Make the original freeware on nearly every relevant digital platform with all expansions. Steam is the most convenient, so that's my choice. These kind of games have all sorts of issues on YouTube, so if you can do me an excellent favor, please just sub to the channel and like the video, and if not for me, do it for the dude.
Kicking ass.
Brothers and sisters, let me introduce Postal. Huge thank you to my Patreon supporters. More on how you can support me later on.
I'm actually surprised. I'm not used to people that do, like, these deep dives having, like... I mean, if you guys want to freaking follow Hey Peter, or subscribe to Hey Peter on YouTube, or toss him a couple bucks. But I'm used to, like, long lists of people supporting deep dives like this. This man's effectively doing it for the love of the game, which is respectable.
First impressions are imperative to any form of media, most especially video games. If people are going to spend hours of their precious time consuming something, the very first things they see and hear and sense has to hook them in to deem it worthy. This is
boy, here we
you
go.
perhaps unintentionally considered when deciding to watch this video past the very first minute, as well as every other video online. Ideally, the title screen of a video game should be indicative of the entire experience. You should be feeling the exact things the developers and publishers want you to right
When's the
at
boot
start
gonna
to
drop?
hook you in. Many of the most famous games of all time have incredibly evocative title screens that stand the test of time and excellently represent the feelings closely associated with the title.
I know where this is
How
going.
does Postal open?
Yep, there it is. What's it? I don't remember it being this noisy.
The title of the game is haphazardly taped onto what looks like a blood-stained leather background. Someone completely unidentifiable staring off into space, knee-deep in mountains of human skulls. A crude, vivisected image of someone cropped screaming onto the left to communicate an abstract but agonizing cry of pain. The entire thing is out of focus, like our minds simply cannot comprehend the primordial terror the scene is trying to predict. A true version
They must
of
have changed
Hell on
this for the Redux
and
as well.
The music screams in pitch black
Because I'm pretty
ambience
sure
and
Civi did the
shrill
Redux.
squeaking of machinery are erratically bolted together to create this satanic symphony straight out of a night terror. Everything about the screen is horrific and blood-curdling. It feels like a deliberate tribute to paranoia and spite. like an active advertisement that this title screen detests you completely and wants you to fall deeper into delusional paranoia and misery. Even the UI is unrelenting.
Yeah.
The music stops entirely, and each menu looks like sodden, blood-soaked paper the post office would use to wrap packages in. Every sound effect is
I think it
heartbeat,
looks more like
blood
skin,
splattering,
but
or a bullet
go off,
dropping
I
to the
guess.
ground. You know what the most demented part of this whole screen is? It isn't the visuals, or even the music. It's the title, Postal. Why is it named after the federal mail system? That's because it's a play on words of the American phrase, going postal, which was created to explain a morbid phenomenon of workplace violence and shootings by post office workers all around America from the late 70s up into the late 90s.
I
These
actually
were
didn't
very
know
real
that.
events that left dozens of people dead. Highlighted and made noteworthy, many of these horrible events were perpetrated by seemingly ordinary people who worked there, and one day they just snapped, and they went on a huge spree of violence. Why these events happened?
I didn't actually know that it was, like... I didn't know the reasoning behind why going postal became a phrase? I just thought that, you know, it was something like something sent you out or something like that. Sent you over the edge. The sending part being, like, you know, how the postal part came along. I didn't actually think that it was due to postal workers just snapping for a decade, apparently. 2 decades?
Obviously depends on each incident. But a popular reason is that many of the postal workers were often former soldiers. And given that Vietnam was finished right around the time it started, you could probably put 2 and 2 together. Postal came out in 1997, when going postal was very much in the sensitive cultural expanse at the time for Americans, making running with scissors really live up to their name by using a topical and highly controversial subject some may argue carelessly. But let the title color your predictions for what this game is about. Many major retailers were definitely not happy and outright refused to stock the game in any capacity, the game even being outright banned in many countries. It resulted in the original big box release being very hard to obtain now, but I found one, and the descriptions it provides inside reveal as little as possible, just enough to cock the mag in our proverbial gun. Welcome to paradise.
What was that freaking... Such a nice,
Just
quiet
enough to
boy.
cock the mag in our proverbial gun. Welcome to Paradise, Arizona, where our unnamed protagonist, simply dubbed the Postal Dude, has, expectantly, gone postal. Everyone in town is after you. Or are they? The line between genuine danger and paranoid delusion is intentionally muddled and made confusing to comprehend, no doubt based on people questioning the motive for the violence that would occur in real life, with the E3 marketing of 97 even having Billboard questioning.
So... I'm a bit, like... Okay, so that just adds another layer of, like... Is this all in his head during this? Because... He's still in Paradise, Arizona, I believe, in Postal 2. And he doesn't have a direct house, he has a trailer, and... It's all structured differently, and... Maybe it's just a retcon, just full flat freaking restart. Because I mean, I guess that when it comes to Postal 2 versus Postal, or Postal, well yeah, Postal 2 versus Postal 1, there's only so much you can do with how Postal 1 winds up going. It's not hatred levels where they just nuke the entire thing by the end of it, but...
What went wrong? Yeah, the game was at E3. It's kind of funny to think about. It was also held in Atlanta, which is perhaps the scariest part. The last thing I want to mention here is the photo of our protagonist. A long-haired man huddled in the corner, gun cradled tightly in his arms, his eyes full of wild fear and anxiety. His combat boots and trench coat cross the line in the sand past the stylish action hero of the 90s and into a much bleaker, darker aesthetic, a prelude of what's to come.
Very different
Without
from the
further
Postal
delay,
dude we know.
Let's go Postal. October 7th, 1997. The Earth is hungry. Its heart throbs and demands cleansing. The Earth is also thirsty. The cropped screaming mouth is back again. Bullets and assorted viscera decorates the scratchy, nondescript background. A low, haunting, guttural moan drones on as the completely unhinged narration from our protagonist splatters onto screen. And we quickly transition into the first level, and I don't really think I need to explain how this whole thing works, do I? Your objective is to eliminate the hostile enemies on each level, which each have their own unique map. The hostiles, usually police and Latino dudes and wife beaters throwing grenades, have to be gunned down.
I'd also like... Wait a second. He's playing on a higher difficulty than for this, because he's starting off with people with rockets.
To a certain percentage, so you don't have to clear the entire map, just a percentage depending on your selected difficulty. You'll notice that there are just
Also,
as
that's
many
why 90%.
completely innocent bystanders with no idea what's going on as the hostiles who will get directly in the way of your rampage, which cheekily leads you to killing them in cold blood. Killing innocent people is something that was incredibly proprietary for the time in games, and it still kind of is. Think about how many games out today allow you to do that. Basically all of them have consequences in the form of a police system or a karma system to tell you, this is wrong, you shouldn't be doing this. But in Postal, there is no downside for letting them die.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Technically, the police system does exist. The problem is you start with a freaking 3-star wanted level. So, where do you go from there?
Let alone gunning them down yourself. They scream for their lives and beg for mercy, only to find nothing at the end of the tunnel. It's tacitly encouraged on the box. Men and women alike gunned down coldly. There are very few games that outright reward you for killing the innocents, but Postal is one of them. There's even an achievement added in the later Steam release explicitly for killing the innocents. This was nigh unheard of in 1997. This game came out before the very first GTA, before you could randomly kill people in Jak 2 or any other open world game with a morality system.
Interesting.
It was completely ahead of the curve in so many ways, artistically, musically, and tonally.
Also, the location of that enemy there, being blocked by the house, is kind of fucked up, dude. Before the advent of, hey, if there's something being blocked by something, then we're going to give you a little x-ray vision so that you can actually see.
It feels like something you would find in the bowels of Game Jolt from the disturbed mind of a single creator rather than a commercially distributed video game with a marketing budget. The controls work as such. Your mouse is your cursor, which can either be in the more rudimentary classic mode found in the original disc, or the newer modern controls which allow free aiming. WASD to move, right-clicking allows you to duck and dodge some, and I mean some, bullets, and pressing X allows you to kill a wounded enemy, which you should never do under any circumstances, because enemies die on their own within seconds, and outside of the cool, or horror factor depending on the player, could leave you wide open to attacks trying to do so.
Especially the rockets.
Each keyboard activates a different weapon. Our primary weapon, bound to 1, is an infinite ammo machine gun that loses accuracy the further your cursor is from the character. This means the game is more about knowing the map inside and out, knowing where to go to avoid enemies and lead them into advantageous positions. 2 and 3 are shotguns with varying firing speeds, 4 and 6 are grenades and Molotov cocktails, 5 is a rocket launcher, 7 is a grenade napalm launcher, and 8 is a flamethrower. I hope you've played enough games to know how to use each. They work exactly how you'd expect them to. Just be careful with the flamethrower, because fire can hurt you and prevent you from tacking momentarily, just as it does your enemies.
And enemies can spam that shit.
If dated twin-stick shooter, but level 1, home, still gives a variety of enemies that set up player expectations quite well. Your standard comps of machine guns and shotguns, and these jerks with rocket launchers who can very easily chain you if you get blasted against a wall, Sonic 06 style.
Yep.
And it's immensely frustrating to die from that. There's something especially palpably eerie about executing all these people, having no reason why they're after us, who started the conflict, nothing. But what I do know is that it's set to no music whatsoever. Have a listen.
I think the interesting thing is that, like, the soundscape for it is
The tracks
kind
listed
of
for each level only play
is kind of what you expect for something from '97. Like, I'm not expecting, you know, grand orchestras while I'm, like, mucking about in basic shit. I mean, I guess that, like, my basic logic is through strategy games, but I guess there is just idle music for some of those. It does kind of get drowned out to a certain degree, though, in a lot of cases. By just the audio jungle.
on the loading screens. Every level, outside of a specific ambient sound, is silent. It's just you, your guns, and people begging for their lives in the desolate, snowy neighborhood. It's deafening. Imagine being in this situation where your neighbors are being gunned down, but having to quickly figure out that the entire town, including you, is reduced to a percentage, like the postal dude works for an insurance company. To break up the silence and begs for mercy, some NPCs will cry out something that is very deliberately funny, which can just as easily be their final words as their pleas for life.
Has anyone seen my ear?
Okay.
God
A very
knows.
bad day.
The most common quips actually come from the postal dude himself.
Smells like chicken. Proudly made in the USA, baby. Listen, can you hear
Ooh,
the
that's
property
so
values
crunchy.
going up? Gotta love welfare reform. You should remain still when injured. Here, let me help you.
This is an incredibly iconic voice done by Rick Hunter, who stuck around with the franchise since its inception, and he gives a delightfully chilling
Excluding Postal 3. Which, I forget what it was. He actually had a reason that he wasn't around for Postal 3. I think it was something to do with, I don't remember if he said he was going through a divorce or if he had a fatality in the family. But he was in a rough patch, so a friend of his actually came in to do Postal 3. And the friend actually plays the voice of split personality dude in Postal 2's DLC.
performance that perfectly captures the malice and cruelty the dude displays, but in a casual, nonchalant way. A true auditory sociopath experience. He has quite a bit of lines here, so go give him a listen on your own. You've definitely heard his voice before through a clip of the second game. It's a delicate balance to include jokes and puns in such a grim situation, but with the entire game's framework being constructed around the dude being insane, i.e. an unreliable narrator in some sense,
Yep.
I don't think it's immersion breaking or distracting at all. It's more on the level of a game like Harvester, which I made a full video on some time ago, go check it out, where there's some tact and balance between the violence and the humor, versus an unhealthy heaping of bathos that would wreck the tone.
That kid has a gun?
Though the title screen does versus an unhealthy heaping of bathos that would wreck the tone. Though the title screen doesn't
Oh,
do
wait,
a
I
great
remember,
job
yeah, he
being
does.
funny, so it is kind of a shock to hear Rick Hunter say
Butt sauce.
I do kind of wish they had some kind of tongue-in-cheek message when you started the game to introduce the humor a little bit better at the very start. Once you eliminate all the hostiles, I also include the innocents because I'm hardcore, the level doesn't actually end. You just roam around this now empty map, looking at all the corpses strewn about in the wake of your destruction. It's profoundly isolating. You've just slaughtered your entire neighborhood, and what do you have to say for yourself?
I regret nothing.
If the guilt is too much for you, simply press the Q button to killbind. I highly recommend you change it to K, because you can easily fat finger the Q key from W at any point in gameplay and lose your entire progress on a level, which is so goddamn annoying.
Gee,
If
I
this
wonder how I
reminds
found
you
out
of
about
Hotline
that.
Miami at all? Great. I wouldn't be surprised if that slow walking back to the door was directly inspired. You've made your bloody bed, now bloody lie in it. Press F1 to enter the next level, by the way. October 17th, 1997. Blessed for the meek, for they make easy targets. We're given an angular, uncomfortable view of an alleyway, bodies strewn around recklessly while the dude misremembers a Bible quote, which I will talk about later when I discuss the dude's character more in depth. The image spins and shifts like we're viewing this from a distorted perspective.
what?
Dude's character more. Dude misremembers a Bible quote, which I will talk about later when I discuss the dude's character more in depth. The image spins and shifts like we're viewing this from a distorted perspective of our killer. Howls echo throughout, but follow me on this one. Look at the top here. Does this not look like someone or something peering over us? The splash
yeah.
screens are all highly up to interpretation, so maybe we should get comfortable with the idea that someone is watching us. I mean the postal dude, as he callously commits his rampage. There's a screenshot of a beta version of the game. This image was used for the later level, the construction site, but uses the picture for the truck stop. There's quite a bit of talk about demons and fate, so maybe this theory holds some water. When you enter the level, I hate to report that virtually nothing has changed from the previous one. There are these exploding tanks that take way too long to shoot to become useful, but that's really the extent of the meaningful expansion on the gameplay. The running and gunning is exactly the same, with the same enemies and weaponry, which leads to this game's biggest and most damning flaw: repetition. Nearly every level plays exactly the same.
It's a game
with
from
very
97,
little
what do you
variety
expect?
or change in strategy. Sometimes you gain a new weapon, but those tend to be situational. You should really be using your infinite ammo gun for like 85% of the encounters in this entire game, and using the rocket launcher or throwables for some more threatening enemies, like those missile launchers. The new foes or firearms do little to distract from the entire fact for the entire game's length, the core formula is taking down spongy enemies is rarely deviated on or meaningfully altered or questioned. If level 1 did not provide you any fun, then I wouldn't recommend playing the game past this point. I have a lot of patience for the jank this game has, and the smiting art is more of a draw than actually playing this game, which is an overwhelmingly consistent talking point among its own fanbase.
Yep.
The amateurish flair does wonders for the audio-visual sensations. It doesn't do the gameplay any favors, if not acting as an outright deterrent. It might depend on your tolerance, but I was okay with this flaw because Postal 1 is not a long game by any stretch. The entire game front to back can easily be completed in 2 hours, which I think is hardly overstaying its welcome.
Maybe we do that tomorrow for FAFO Friday. Maybe we just run through it. Just for ease. It also would allow me to work on art, like, tomorrow night, or work on other stuff relatively easily from there.
At least, it does still feel like a journey.
I still want to
Splash
keep it
screens
for
help
October,
establish
though.
the tone of each location, and we can chart out the dude's movements with each level. It doesn't just feel like you're being picked up and plopped in random locales. There's a motive for why the dude goes around Paradise's various locations, which is a small touch for immersion, but greatly appreciated. What kept me going wasn't just shooting people and hearing the funny voice lines. Well, okay, that's a lie. Yes, it was. It was the chance to look at the maps themselves. Every map in this game is hand-drawn, and has a kind of Newgrounds animation look with washed-out colors and liberal use of airbrushing, which I think melds perfectly with the wanton violence of the game. All the artists did an excellent job at designing locations and UI that feels gritty and unhinged and completely distinct. The rudimentary 3D models of the characters are super charming and scream 90s. I think it holds up a lot better than other games because it's such a charming time capsule for this era of PC gaming. Another neighborhood's worth of people slaughtered, and on to the next level.
It also really helps the fact that it's not trying to be like super photorealistic like modern games like to try and do, so they wind up getting dated in like 2 fucking days.
October 17th, 1997. The air ripens with the odors of the dead and the dying. It smells like victory. The smell of human decay and death has become intoxicating for the dude, who has begun to enjoy the slaughter more than he already has. It's taken drug-like effects in his mind, with distorted whispering chanting in his ears as he's killed someone new. The woods around him contorting and twisting like a Gaussian blur with a Breaking Bad Mexico filter over it. Remember when I just complained about the repetition? Pretend I did that again. There's virtually nothing to say about this level that I haven't already said about the game before.
Kind of just in general a
Fool me
Mexico
once,
filter,
shame
though.
on me. Fool me twice. This level's boring ah hell. Something worth noting is that this weapon switching is incredibly fast. You can switch from your shotgun to a rocket launcher with so little time in between that it almost feels instant. Heavier weapons like the rocket launcher have some wind-up before firing, but your standard shotties and spray gun are basically instant, so that the pace of combat is never broken, however repetitive it might feel. You never feel like a second is wasted. You're always having your fingers on the trigger, which is a very underappreciated aspect of the game that doesn't get enough praise.
Something
So
that I
many
kind of
other
wish
games
was...
always have weapon switching cooldown timers and animations,
Yeah.
which usually work in its own respective flow in combat.
Except
but
it doesn't
Postal is
sometimes.
fast-paced for the 90s standard. Actually, I found something else I don't like about the game. Want to tell me how much ammo I have? You can't? Yeah, no surprise, you can barely see the UI at the bottom. Well, kind of stylish, but only kinda. It doesn't really serve its purpose well when your ammo count is 3 pixels tall, which means if you start spraying people down wantonly with one weapon, you can only really find you're out of ammo when you can't shoot anymore,
Click,
which
click.
can leave you in all sorts of sicky situations. It doesn't help that everyone you have to shoot takes as many goddamn bullets. Like, how many direct shotgun blasts to the face can the average cop actually take? Can someone please test this in real life and send me the results?
You can't fucking say that! Do not do that, I should add. For those out there that need me to, for some reason, clarify, don't fucking do that.
October 18th, 1997. A glorious
this the goofy
symphony
one?
of slaughter. 76 tromboners led the death parade. There's something about the harsh noise and low quality image that just screams analog horror to me, and not in a particularly bad way. I'm known as someone who detests that genre, but there's a real fear to this image, the splayed bodies and sound of the marching band blaring in your ears, putting you entirely in the combat boots of the dude. It feels like you're being overwhelmed by your actions, like the trumpets of the angels have descended upon you, here to throw you into the lake of fire. It reminds me of the Ancient of Days from SMT4. I'll go ahead and spoil it. This is the last time any of the splash screens are recognizable. Everything from beyond here is so interpretive and mystifying that requires a lot more legwork to explain. This marching band is passing by, and unlike every other level in the game, people aren't immediately hostile to you. You don't technically have to shoot the marching band, but who are you kidding?
Yep, there it is.
This level is actually quite a bit harder than any other, and it's harder than most after it as well. Postal's idea of increased difficulty is just packing a level full of enemies and thinning out health and ammo pickups, which doesn't sound unreasonable, but trying to do with 3 to 4 people who are occupying the exact same spot while your cursor targets one at a time is a tough ask. The previous levels had around 25 hostiles, this one has 40, which is much more than even the next couple of levels after it, which is very baffling design to place.
Also, I'll be right back. Actually, no, it's only 11.
On
I'll do my be right back
challenging
at
level
like
between
midnight,
much easier
and I'll get
ones,
food while
rather
I'm
than
out.
having a gradual ramping pace. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game and got filtered, who knows. This also takes place in a city, and the isometric map view does wonders to hide your enemies, which makes it quite hard to run and hide when you can't tell where the bullets are coming from. There is a system in place to show you where you are when obscured by the environment,
Yep.
but it only illuminates the player. So you'll have to wait for the enemy to come out of this awkward angle, or just shoot wildly and hope you can
And that's
find
something that we freaking discussed even just in the first level, where the freaking one rocket dude was hiding behind the house across the street.
It's not like it's impossible to circumvent, but what happened here? Just don't make buildings that tall if it obstructs the view. I know these guys were pretty new to making games at the time, but come on now. Even when you're at the end, this specific map is on the larger side, so if you're aiming to kill everyone, as you should be, you should spend a couple minutes looking for some guy stuck inside of a fence, because that'll happen pretty often. Oh, yeah, if you stand by this phone here at the gas station, there's a raunchy Easter egg.
Alright. We don't really need I mean, mood, but... okay. Was not expecting that to be, like, the punchline for that.
October 18th, 1997. Life is cheap. Death is free. Act now. Supplies are limited. Offer void in Arizona. Quite the gnarly grimace of gums. It almost looked like a horse or alligator's mouth rather than a person's, but whatever mouth it is definitely matches the echoed sound playing. Remember when I said the level after the parade was easy? I lied. The bridge is also quite challenging, but in a really engaging way. The only way to get the hostiles is, of course, to make sacrifices to queer gods. Okay, no, you just need to cross this bridge, but it's full of hostiles, obviously. You need to change the way you play. Instead of relying on mobility and sneaking around the map, you really have to dig deep in your pockets and use every bit of your inventory to clear out the bridge. It's a great flipping of the script that adds a meaningful dimension to the typically monotonous combat. I'd say throw grenades, but there's one problem. Grenades suck. They feel like they have no impact, and unless the guy you want to kill is standing perfectly still, he's going to get out of his way and dodge this little dinky fart of an explosion. Overall, a challenging but fair level. October 18th, 1997. Furious fireflies materialize against the cavern wall and sunder the earth into dust. Come the...
I do kind of like how he's, doing a, like, vocal bit for each of the journal entry bits. It is a small touch, but it is a welcome one. I'm also genuinely surprised that, like, he didn't make the usual joke that everyone makes whenever there's a bridge in a game.
Insects and see the
Especially
web
a shooter.
we've woven. The mine is an especially eerie opening. The narrow view of a man slowly bleeding out in an ancient mine shaft, with the sound of the droning and the Tommyknockers his only comfort as the dude watches him die. But the text is a little curious. The talk of insects is clearly a way to talk about snuffing out human lives, right? But who exactly is we in this context? Perhaps I'm looking too deeply into the ramblings of a madman, or the text thrown in by an unsure development team. But is it an interpretation that the dude somehow isn't acting alone? Maybe that shadow in the truck stop, and this shadow here.
Wow, my gameplay is great? Thanks, I really appreciate it. I don't know what gameplay I'm doing, but if you really like the gameplay, you should follow Hey Peter on YouTube. Fucking bots, dude. Subscribe to, by the way, not follow. YouTube's like the only thing that doesn't have follow, it's subscribe as the follow thing. Or join his membership, because I think he might have that. He does have that.
Perhaps the other person or thing mentioned. I thought about this as I played, snaking through the claustrophobic tunnels and shooting grenade-throwing miners. This level is super easy because enemies are far apart and few in between, which means there's no reason not to hang back and just pepper them with your infinite ammo primary and wait for them to drop. I'm real thankful they decided to give you an infinite ammo option, otherwise you might run into the scenario of having no ammo and forcing a kill bind. I'm of the opinion that the weapons are mostly balanced. Even if the 2-shotgun feels somewhat redundant, there's something for every situation, which is a great sign when your primary weapon has infinite ammo. It just does the least damage, so there are real advantages to change your arsenal, even if the largest one is to save you time rather than personal preference.
I think that it is nice to have like a little bit of versatility, though. I do kind of wish that, because first-person shooters already were very prevalent, and several other shooter types are also kind of out there, and like actually had use for the versatility. I mean, they also didn't have an infinite ammo option, so it is what it is. They also had, you know, more use for the explosive weapons, because the explosive weapons had a radius of more than, like, 2 inches across.
So the monotony of the game is, like, accounted for, but it's still there. October 19th, 1997. I will don the eviscerated organs of my enemies as party hats, wear their shredded entails as neckties, and oh, how I shall dance. What is this image supposed to be?
Fuck if I know.
There's so many overlays and filters caked on, it's impossible to tell. But I could make out what looked like a mutilated doll. At least I hope it's a doll. In the corner here. From this point on, I won't be mentioning each level aside from its splash screen unless I have something specific to say about it, because otherwise the video would get too bloated with me repeating myself. First you shoot this guy, then shoot him again, shoot this guy, again. If you think that would be boring to recite, imagine how boring it is to play it. It's a shame because I do like the look of all these levels. It just doesn't translate brilliantly to a YouTube narration format. I don't think there's any other game where the loading screens are more thrilling and interesting to pick apart than actually playing the game, which is...
I could think of a few. I think that's the worst part, is I could think of a few. I mean, that's the thing. Is there's a phrase that I've used very semi-frequently since I heard Mandalore say it way back when. I think I used it during Citizen Sleeper. I used it during what other games did I use it during? Walden Werewolf, I think I used it in... Actually, maybe I didn't, because that game was just bad. It didn't have any, like, bonuses to it. I do know for sure I used it during Citizen Sleeper. Elder Scrolls Arena, I think I used it during. Is there any others that I can think of off the top of my head? I didn't use it during System Shock. System Shock is rough to play through at points, but I didn't use it during it. But basically, the phrase is something along the lines of, the game's interesting and, like, the world is interesting, the problem is that I have to play the damn thing. Alan Wake was one. Alan Wake, I know that I freaking loved the story, loved, like, the environments and everything. The problem is that the gameplay was kind of dog-ass.
Kind of ridiculous, but also fascinating structure. The screens are your reward by finishing each level the way a cinematic cutscene is in modern games. October 19th, 1997. Human trash spills from its containers as death rains down upon them, sweeping the streets in a cleansing cloudburst of blood. So, let's address the elephant in the room that you're all thinking, "Oh no! I haven't liked the video yet!" Go ahead and do that right now if you haven't. I am watching you, by the way.
Clever.
But seriously, what is this?
That's a Nosferatu.
Out of focus ghoul.
That's literally just all that is. It's a Nosferatu from fucking Vampire the Masquerade.
Gaping at us, the sound of static coming from a television makes for a spooky visual, but perhaps we can theorize who it represents. It could be the dude himself, who in his insanity can't grasp his own form, or it could be the sinister other that has been hinted at throughout the game. It calls into question whose perspective the text comes from. If it isn't from the deluded mind of the dude, then perhaps this other character. Things are heating up. I especially love the ambience of this level. The crickets chirping and wolves howling really make you feel alone.
What is this level called?
Then for a oh no!
Trailer Park.
It reminds me of my summer vacation spent at trailer parks in the countryside, except there weren't any armed madmen there. I don't live in America, after all. The postal dude wouldn't have gotten
that
far
explains
in a
that.
Canadian trailer park. I'll tell you right now.
It's a little different than most transmissions. First stop draw doesn't work, but third does. Neutral is park, reverse is second. If you want to use reverse, put it in drive. You got it?
If you say so.
Intelligent people don't...
What the fuck?
Oops, botched that one.
What the fuck? What the fuck even was that? The train.
October 19th, 1997. Next stop, Armageddon, the River Styx, Hades, and all points in between. All aboard. The mangled visage of a person's face drenched in red swirls and twists, the red either being pools of blood or the upcoming pit stop to hell. The suffering and damnation of being sent to hell has become a recurring element, which adds a layer of context to the not-so-virtuous mission. The dude is intentionally trying to send people to hell and really getting a saucy kick out of it. So Christianity is at least somewhat baked into the game, at least the scary parts of it. The dude may view himself as an arbiter of the devil, an agent of chaos, and, if I'm allowed to wax poetry a bit, the man of lawlessness.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is, like, I guess a different dude completely from, like, later, because at least modern dude is kinda just kind of an asshole, to be honest. That's kinda just all he is. He's not like anything, he doesn't have like some ulterior motives or anything. He's just I don't know.
The one who reveals himself at the end of the world before the
Aside from
Savior
Champ,
comes.
he loves
We
Champ.
don't know much about the town of Paradise, but the name of the town itself could be a reference to the earthly paradise of Eden, or John Milton's Paradise Lost, as a reference to the book, which references Eden, you know what I mean. Or it could just be an ironic name with no connection whatsoever. Also, apparently Paradise, Arizona is a real place, and it's a ghost town. So
Yippee!
abandoned. I wonder why. October 20th, 1997. Feathers will fly, but big birds won't. They will, however, be going south this winter. Far south. So this level takes place at a farm.
I do also like how he freaking puts like the he kind of gets that vocal tone to similar to the dude for like the ends of each of these.
Kill a bunch of ostriches.
Frequency.
Which is awesome because I love abusing and killing animals, but they also become a recurring NPC roaming around in future levels, which makes the mindless slaughter a little more funny, which is something it desperately needed. Postal has a surprising amount of animal abuse throughout the series, which is not something you see very often. I honestly think that killing animals is a lot edgier than killing people. And I don't mean like feral monsters clearly trying to kill you, I mean regular animals. Also, this map has 11 hostiles. 11! Notice that the hostile count is kind of all over the place. It's not like these are 11 super advanced, difficult enemies that take a lot of time to deal with. They're just the regular ones from level 1. It's not much different from the first one. Like they just swapped some levels around in development or something. Had there been more of an effort to ramp up hostiles progressively, which is already kind of the case with the missile launcher ones at the very end, this would be a more forgivable move to introduce players, which, funnily enough, Hatred of all games did better. But I think we'll talk more about that game later on. It's just kind of baffling how some levels feel like you can blink and miss them, and others can take half an hour if you're bad and keep dying. The narrative through line is there, but there's enough of a disconnect on the gameplay that it's
Never thought
more
I'd hear
than just
someone actually give like compliments to Hatred. Mostly because of most of the times when people are talking about like either of the games or both the games in comparison to each other, they're comparing the characters rather than, you know, the gameplay. The gameplay in both of them is the fucking same. There is very little difference in the gameplay between the two, aside from a little bit more refinement because a gap of like 20 years. But not important or unimportant or whatever the fuck his name is. No one gives a fuck about him, but people love the Postal dude. I mean, for fuck's sake. Like he says, his name is not important, and that's kind of a descriptor for him. He's not fucking important. No one gives a shit.
It's distracting. Think about how I can speak about some levels long. The line is there, but there's enough of a disconnect on the gameplay that it's more than just noticeable, it's distracting. Think about how I can speak about some levels long enough for the entire audio track to loop, and others are so brief you might not even hear the whole thing until I struggle to find a reason to say something about them or include a joke. Is this an intentionally synchronized bit of videography and editing showcasing my dedication and talent as a creator, or my unwillingness to remove things from my scripts? I leave that in the hands of interpretation, just like the Postal dude. Oh god, not this one. October 20th, 1997. Blood splinters everywhere, like a river flowing around me, pulling me in its wake. Paradise. Prepare for deconstruction. Okay, no word of a lie, this level was really boring and the text is whatever. But you know what really locked me in? It's the splash art. And look at this skull here. It looks pedestrian, and it is. It's just a skull. But something about this specific skull tickles something curious in my brain, and I don't think I can explain it properly without giving you the full context. Okay, so I was about 17 or 18 at the time, and I was working out with my dad in the house. We had a TV in the room so we can watch movies or a show while we were like lifting weights.
Okay.
And he put on American Psycho, which is a really funny movie to be watching while working out, especially watching with your dad, even more so while watching it working out with your dad. I've seen the movie, great film. But do you guys remember the scene where he chases the chick out of the apartment? She's running down the stairs, and I think he holds a weapon. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. There was like a 1% opacity skull overlaid Christian Bale's face when he leaned over the ledge, and I've never been able to prove it to anyone ever. All the compressed re-uploads of the scene don't have it, and the only time I've ever seen anything or anyone ever mention it again was a thread on X talking about it. I don't know if
What the fuck?
I had like a 5-second moment of my...
I don't think anyone's really noticing that anyway. The dude's running around naked. Fully naked, by the way, except for shoes. With a fucking chainsaw.
My own going postal moment, or if the lack of oxygen from exerting myself working out tricked my brain. But every time I see this skull, I think about that scene in American Psycho. And it makes me sound crazy. I can't even find the X post or thread. Maybe I am going postal. Okay, I want you to comment Christian Bale skull in the comment section if you've made it this far, or just want to talk about it. I want the entire comment section to be about this anecdote, so it looks like pure insanity from an outsider's perspective who hasn't watched or finished the video. Imagine commenting before you finish a video.
I've run into plenty of people that have commented without finishing a video, or even starting a video, by the way. Shout out to my freaking... either of my freaking drama-ish videos. At least with the second one, freaking... people actually, gave more than 2 seconds. In most cases, the first one, everyone's like, oh, 2 seconds? Oh, well, okay, I'm out of here. Bye. And then they're like, I gotta comment because fucking... you have a specific link in your bio or whatever.
Be me.
Black leather smoke coils up in my nostrils, tingling with death's surprise. Human remnants cling to my clothing like bloody briars as I continue to wade, hip-deep in bone, flesh, and viscera.
Bad neighborhood coming up. The art is especially dramatic. This wispy, thin shape enclosing the specter inside like a prison. The gentle ambience and wind makes my head gently sway as I gaze upon the art, like the sound is somehow altering it. An excellent use of sound here. It's like someone's being crushed in this narrow stretch, reduced from a human form into whatever that is. It reminds me and a lot of other people about that one manga about an earthquake opening up holes.
I guess I probably shouldn't have said that freaking alongside, the talk of, viscera and whatnot, 2 seconds earlier, but I am hungry, dude.
A mountain that people put themselves through and come out disfigured. The ghetto also has a fictional version of the Running with Scissors studio, along with protesters who didn't want the game to release this fictional version. This would become a recurring element in the franchise. I've always seen it as a funny little fourth wall break, but it only got crazier in Postal 2.
I am the Celestial Gardener, policing the planet of the stuck weeds and poisons which leak out even through the cracks of the cold asphalt sidewalks of the city of...
Well, that's definitely the dude.
A very similar depiction of a man from the ghetto level is in front and center. but dead in the middle of what looks like a bloody blast. Like a bomb stripping him of all his flesh, a gnarly detail that could easily just as be one of our victims, with the gut-wrenching noise being the death screams of whoever on—
I mean, here's the thing. You know for sure that this is the dude. Gun. Sleeve. Sleeve leads here. Coat. Coat. Gray pants. And he got shot in the dick. That does, however, mean that the image earlier was like him looking in the mirror or something, because he's got the same freaking Nosferatu face on.
fortunate enough was to be caught in the blast. I feel like I'm looking at an artist's depiction of a war crime, and I basically am. The soundtrack, if you even want to call it that, is a repeated loop of someone screaming bloody murder, likely the guy in the picture. It's a horrifying sound that stuck with me ever since I first heard it. Speaking of stripping the flesh off of people's bones, I kind of wish the hostiles could get more mutilated in-game. As much as I love seeing them beg for their lives and getting shot, I do kind of wish they had various states of dismemberment you could inflict. Perhaps making the execute button more useful by having it be the reward for putting yourself at risk. I'm just saying, the flamethrower to make people look like that one Half-Life 2 texture would be dope and immersive as a gameplay experience. Please
texture?
let me mutilate people running with scissors.
What? What Half-Life 2 texture?
No day in the park. Too much of the blood on me is mine. But the day is not done, and I have miles to go to make them sleep. Peanuts? Anyone? You may not be sure where, but you've heard this song before, haven't you? It sounds familiar. It should sound that way, because it's in Half-Life 2. Take a listen.
Oh, interesting.
It's also in 3 different Silent Hill games. It's in Max Payne. It's in Devil May Cry.
Is it in Devil May Cry? I mean, I guess, kinda.
This infamous track was sampled everywhere in the early 2000s because its unconventional sound fits so well with so many games being very edgy and seeking to horrify you in that time period. But where does it come from? There's an aura of mystery to this track, mostly driven from Half-Life 2, its most famous example. But what is it, really? This track is called Is That the Door by a British music company called Zero G that creates sound libraries for anyone available to use. You can buy it for like $20 and sample it however you please, which led to a lot of game developers to use it in their own games. So many gaming juggernauts used this, but only years after a little obscure.
That explains the freaking draw to Half-Life 2. I was wondering where like Half-Life 2 came into all of this. Like, obviously Silent Hill has its points of like how it lines up. Because of the visuals, like we've been seeing like this whole time through.
Game named Postal did it. Postal was the very first video game to use this sample. And do I think it inspired the other games? No, not really. But it's more of an observation of how ahead of the curve this game was to a lot of what can be commonly seen as horror tropes. So many moments and sound cues and visuals have become exponentially more common, but not because Postal was this massive cultural icon. I'm sure people started using many of these things naturally, but Postal did it years before it was mainstream or popular, and it deserves its flowers for that. Zero G has been sampled in everything from films to games to other songs, and it's a
Okay, now this is
Rabbit
all
hole
there.
extends far past the relevancy of this video. Multiple tracks in this game use different samples from this album, and I implore you to explore to see if you can spot them when they come up. Christian Salier and the others involved with the sound design did an unbelievably tremendous job. I use this soundtrack all the time in my videos, and it's easily one of my favorite video game OSTs ever, ranked up there with some of the greats.
Okay, dude.
October 21st, 1997. Feast upon the frozen images of molten
We're not even an hour
massacres. The
in yet.
machinery of death grind relentlessly, mindlessly on. October 22nd, 1997. From the halls
How far
of
are
the
we into the... base game?
Vatican to the runways of truth. We are there at the place called Climax, and the time is now.
You have
When
about
it's
20
done,
minutes of it
let
left.
The gods sort it out. During the massacre of the army bases dotted around the state, we get the best look at the actual postal dude, who looks nothing like he did in the box art. He's wearing sunglasses, his hair is much wavier, and he's got this awkward, gawking expression as we view the POV of someone who was just shot by him, their last moments before death being his unfeeling visage. This is the last thing hundreds of people saw before their lives were snatched from them. This compromised, devilish form. I have to wonder if this is the last sound they will ever hear. The wind chopping through them. The dude's appearance in this game is a hotly contested subject, because running with scissors doesn't seem to be able to make up their mind. They stray pretty hard from his box art appearance. He looks like this in-game. He looks different in Postal 2 onward, and his design was changed to resemble his 2 appearance in the Redux version. But sometimes he is drawn with longer hair. I like to think the longer his hair gets, the more unhinged he becomes. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter how he looks. Not that he's mentally capable of taking care of himself anyways. What's more important is the text. We is used again, but only one person is shown. This is the second to last level, and we're still totally in the dark here. Mentioning the Vatican is another nod to Christianity, but saying gods, as in multiple beings rather than capital G, God the Father, is curious. It's not unreasonable to assume that dude is mixing metaphors and pulling away out any culture.
I mean, there's also the thing that, like, if we're going on a meta level, the term going postal, from the postal service incidents, back to Vietnam veterans, a very common belief in, like, very heavy military stuff is, I mean, there's the phrase, there are no atheists in war, or something like that, I believe is what it is. And even beyond that, there's I think it's originally got, like, mentioned in some media source, but basically, if you get into a certain circumstance, you pray to every god and hope that one of them does exist, so you start just referring to plural gods. As you, like, have multiple that you're trying to get some sort of, some reprieve of sorts. That's my analysis,
of
though.
death and destruction, amalgamating them, seeing his rampage as a sacrifice in their ambiguous name. This level is really goddamn annoying because there's a blaring siren that plays the entire time, which at no point is it pleasant to hear, which sucks because you gotta kill at least 50 people in order to progress. This level is just claustrophobic enough to cram a lot of enemies into one place without it being overwhelming, which allows for some strategies I never used anywhere else in the game. I always had an issue with fire because it was way too easy to get lit on fire yourself while trying to use the napalm launcher and flamethrower, but these weapons actually came in clutch this time around. Basically the only way to use the flamethrower is to set everyone on fire, then switch to another weapon to take them out for easy kills. If you're playing the vanilla Postal release, this is the end of the game. But now that all the DLC is included in the Steam release, you can play the extra 6 DLC levels, but I'll save those for later. I'm struggling to think of other places you could shoot up after an Air Force base. Perhaps a church, given the religious mentions, or maybe a...
Yep, there it is.
Oh, the hive has been cleansed, the source of the corruption has been corked, laid in a body bag and dragged to the outskirts of existence. Before this point, there was always a little bit of humor. A funny quip or line or moment that took your mind off the events happening, to make them seem a little silly. But all of that has been stripped away. There is absolutely nothing funny in this presentation. It's as pitch black and downright evil as it gets. And hardly any game has dared touch this topic before or after, but Postal held nothing back here.
And there's like good reason to not. And I have no idea what logic led to them doing it. I mean, you know, get the eyes of edginess going, whatever fucking thing, but like... Why, dude? What's the point?
Pulsing red eye observes a shadow as it stands just beyond the door of the school, and we can hear the sound of chanting, but it isn't in English, it's in Latin.
Of course.
It's a Gregorian chant that goes as follows. In the midst of life we are in death, of whom we may seek and succor, but O thee, O Lord, who for our sins art justifiably displeased. Holy God, holy mighty, holy and merciful Savior, deliver us not until bitter death. Interesting to note that the last verse about no deliverance unto bitter death is actually omitted from this chant, and instead it loops without it, implying that the dude seeks to fulfill the final step in going postal, his death. He wants to go out in the worst way possible, committing the worst act possible. I don't think many people would contest to say this singular moment is as dark as it gets.
That also might be why they just decided to re-logic it all. Considering people like Postal. And you know, you omit this from the Redux where you actually have it be the original Postal dude in order to not make him an irredeemable freaking piece of shit. Or you omit this level from the Redux, where you use Postal 2 onward dude in like the imagery and whatnot, in order to make it to where he doesn't cross the irredeemable line.
One of the most devastating, shocking moments in the history of this medium. Just the raw surprise of seeing this loading screen. But trust me when I say, things only get more depraved when you start the level. This sequence is actually scripted, meaning you have no control over the dude. Try as he might, he simply cannot harm the children, who don't even know he's there. Like they aren't even real. I'll let the ending speak for itself.
It's another reason why people think that he's, like, insane and whatnot. Like, that none of this actually happened. Actually, that might actually be an ending that winds up happening. I don't know.
Population pressure and the stress of modern life may cause an increase in violent tendencies. The urban environment is the incubator for all sorts of undesirable behaviors. However much his atrocities disgust us, he may actually consider himself a hero. This is common among those who, in popular slang, go postal. his tortured mind, he made sure that his battle against impossible odds. It is not unusual for such individuals to believe that the entire fate of the world rests with them. In the end, our subject displayed all the classic symptoms of paranoid delusion. We may never know exactly what set him off, but rest assured we will have plenty of time to study him.
So, that was the ending. Without question, one of the most bleak, primordially downcast and sorrowful endings to a piece of fiction I've seen in quite some time. When people think about Postal, this is what comes up first. Not the humor, not the gameplay. This utterly satanic and heartbreaking ending is what's brought up. The Postal dude tries and fails to commit an act of terror so wretched and unforgivable that even he, the taker of lives and arbiter of destruction, could not cope with. He was arrested and condemned to a rusted, bloody asylum where he is continuously tormented, either in the sense he's literally being tortured, or his mental state is so fragmented, so incomprehensibly shattered, that everything and everyone is out to get him. The walls shift into screaming faces and chains that bind him solely to torture him, forever stuck in
I mean,
hell
they're
of his
belts,
own
not
creation.
chains, but
I
okay.
should remind you, this game came out in 1997, years before a certain event that would propel this kind of tragedy into the international spotlight and become a stain on American culture. It's not like there wasn't attacks like this in America or around the world beforehand, or even currently, but they were yet to become a pervasive, persistent act of fear in the hearts and minds of millions until 1999's Columbine, which happened 2 years after Postal came out. Running with Scissors went on record saying that the ending was supposed to illustrate something so horrible it couldn't be performed, which was proven wrong not by the
Yeesh. I find it... the optimism of 97, where it's like, oh yeah, we ended this off on something that there is no way that could ever be redone in reality by any living being. And fuck, dude.
fictional insane shooter, but by the real insane shooters. Understandably, it still left a sour taste in people's mouths. If the narration sounded familiar in the hospital, that's because it was narrated by Rick Hunter, aka the Postal Dude, which is kind of weird, because if Hunter voices the dude, then who's speaking? I kind of doubt this guy is coherent enough to give an explanation that modern life leads people to going insane, like it's falling down. The message at the end is ultimately what seals the dude's fate. The stresses of modern life in America was simply too much for him, and he went postal, which he might have viewed as a virtuous mission. Running with Scissors puts it all on the table here, that this is why some people were going postal, and this is what it looks like. And this could happen to anyone. That we referred to throughout the dude's mission accounts for himself and us, the player, the one pulling the strings, the one controlling him, the one firing the bullets, the puppet.
Aha, congratulations, we have found the origin point of the player is the bad person. That we now freaking is so overdone. Or the player is the game knows that you're the player, or whatever. Freaking Postal freaking touches more things somehow. I mean, at least Undertale did it, like, decently, but really, it is just a trope that's really gotten tired. Especially in games that are like overly preachy about it despite forcing you into it, like freaking Spec Ops. Spec Ops is a good game, but you know, freaking the whole, oh hey, you're the bad guy, we forced you to do this thing, but you're the bad guy no matter what option you choose, is, God, a self-fulfilling prophecy just to be preachy.
master. We made him go postal. And if that wasn't morbid enough, just take a look at the credit screen. Bodies dropped at the bottom of this dank, dark pit, the victims of the dude piled up like garbage. No one was safe from his rampage. Men, women, animals, even a newborn baby is taken out. Which is a little confusing, because he couldn't bring himself to harm a child at the school, but a newborn? Toss that little baby in a pile like he's a half-eaten chicken wing, baby. I assume there was some miscommunication between the artist of this photo and the ones programming the game, rather than any sort of deeper lore happening. When I finished the game and let the credits scroll to the end, I'm brought back to the title screen. My feelings of horror had subsided, and I didn't exactly feel satisfied, because even past the amazing ending, the actual level didn't have a great sense of finality to it. I understand the shock wouldn't have landed the same had it not been structured like that, but it's kind of like, oh, now it's over. When I tried to exit the game and get rid of these sick images, the developers pulled one last trick and played the credits again when you quit with a new theme, something that made me feel empty. I felt exhausted having finished this game.
What the fuck?
Was so immersed at this point that for even a few moments, regardless of how silly or unreasonable it felt, I felt like I was the one committing these acts myself. Like my
like
hands
10 minutes
were on
left
the
of this
gun,
segment.
and I went postal. But that's exactly what Running with Scissors wanted, because in their own words, this is the game every gamer wanted. Purchasing and playing this game, in the eyes of the media, was your own way of going postal. It was planned all along. And speaking of media, how did they react to it? Understandably, a lot of people rejected the game outright, calling it all sorts of unkind things, and it was even banned in a lot of countries for the graphic violence. However, being banned for violence isn't exactly an exclusive trait. Countries that hate fun like Germany ban just about everything, so being banned there
and Australia
isn't really a shocking revelation and more like a badge of honor. The US Postal Service was furious that this game was taking their good name and using it for such senseless violence, as they understood it, and they straight up just sued Running with Scissors in court. It lasted a long-ass time, too. It lasted until 2003.
Damn.
2 months before Postal 2 came out. The post office did all sorts of waffling, like trying to claim
6
they
years?
were gonna make video games too, and that Running with Scissors using the name Postal hurt their business, and all sorts of stuff that would make you roll your eyes if you heard it. It got dismissed, and Vince gave them an ice-cold quote to go with it. We're pleased with the ruling, although everyone involved knows we should never have had to fight this frivolous lawsuit in the first place. Our game is funny, theirs is not. Ooh, that's cold, Desi! That's cold! That still wasn't the end of the insanity lashed out against this game by powerful people. Every Postal fan knows about Joe Lieberman, the American senator who presented Postal 2 to the Senate, dubbing it as one of the worst things in America.
I mean, he did that with Doom, he did that with Mortal Kombat, he did that freaking... Take your pick on a game that had even a spot of blood in it, and freaking Hugh tried using it.
But you know who was the most receptive to Postal? It was the little guy. Well, there were definitely players who did not like Postal because of its gameplay loop or subject matter. There were a lot of people who were actually pretty receptive to it. So it quickly gained a cult following. A lot of the people liked the tongue-in-cheek tone a lot of the game had when gunning people down, because they knew Running with Scissors wasn't always being 100% serious. Even if the tone could come off as a little inconsistent when you're supposed to find it funny, then the very serious and gritty ending happens and you're supposed to not find it funny at all. It got mixed to positive critical reception, which is surprising. Not that it stopped game journalists from blatantly lying. There was an underground movement of people
What was that?
that it stopped game journalists from blatantly lying.
There are basically no standards in America to be considered as a journalist? To be considered a journalist? No! No way! Color me surprised! There's even less freaking standards for games journalists. That's why the journalists can just lie and say whatever they want, because there's no pressure of losing that title. It's worthless. Just like the journalists themselves. We hate journalists out here.
There was an underground movement of people who really grew to appreciate Postal not just as a game, but as a genuine piece of art that tackled deeply troubling subjects without too much blatant mockery, but still keeping a sense of humor, which is really funny to think about because the whole game is about killing people and finding it funny. But what do I think of it? Well, the actual game is kind of a tough pill to swallow. It's not that it's bad, not at all. Playing the game is decent fun. The shooting mechanics are functional and feel at least a little satisfying. But this wears off very quickly, perhaps quicker than the already short length of this game to some, meaning it becomes exponentially more tedious and monotonous. The formula is almost always the same, with very little maps forcing you to reconsider your plan of attack or work around something. It's something that reeks of first-time developers, which obviously makes sense considering it was running with Scissors as his studio's first game, and something that could be greatly expanded upon with the sequel. It's got that kind of Drakengard appeal where playing the game is something, but nearly every other aspect is so enrapturing that it keeps you coming back for more. I feel like maybe there could have been some kind of
I definitely think that that's a relatively common thing. Is there's a lot of games, going back to mention freaking Citizen Sleeper again, where the game itself is not great, but it does have like interesting worlds or interesting concepts or X, Y, or Z. Like, I've said it every time I've mentioned it, regardless of, like, certain people deciding to get super pissed because I thought that the gameplay and how it was given to you was dog shit. I think that the world was really interesting. And it had some interesting ideas. There's a lot of different worlds and whatnot that are very interesting and have a lot of interesting things going on in them, but either the way that they're presented to the player, reader, viewer, XYZ are done not great to outright poorly, or some other thing happens. One of my favorite bad quote unquote games is Legendary. Which I don't think I've ever played on stream, but I've played it a few different times. Long story short, you open up Pandora's box after being hired to quote unquote steal it, and it marks you with an ability to actually like suck up the energy of mythological creatures, and mythological creatures invade the real world. You got griffins, you've got werewolves, you've got golems, you've got krakens, you've got sirens, X, Y, and Z. All this shit. It's a very interesting story, and it's a very interesting concept, as, like, everyone has to learn how to deal with this shit as it happens. As it happens for the first time. And, hey Bill, how you doing tonight? And I think that it would have been more interesting if they had more to work with for it. I still like the game. I find it rather fun. But it is widely regarded as a bad game, and objectively, it was the game that killed the studio that made it. And I think that a sequel, or if they had actually made the game have portions of it that were after the ending where you actually gain the ability to use your powers to control the mythological creatures, or whatever it was that you were actually able to do, I think that would have made it even more interesting. Also, the game has a game-breaking bug where you have to cheat at the end because 60 frames per second or higher, and you phase through the floor of the elevator to the final battle. I'm doing alright. I'm actually decently well rested. I am not dying of heat right now, and I'm actually doing pretty good. But yeah, there's a good number of games out there that have their growing pains from like a first-time studio and aren't like great, but they have like interesting concepts or interesting worlds or XYZ that bring people in regardless of technically it being bad. Something that people don't understand and refuse to accept when I say that their game functionally is bad. While I hold my flag of, yes, Legendary's bad, but I do like it. You can like bad games. There's someone out there probably that likes How to Survive 2, which is one of the games that is so bad that I never actually finished it. Because I wasn't going to grind away for 32 hours to get to the next level. How to Survive 1 is still a decent game for an Xbox Live Arcade game, though. I wasn't bad. But yeah, it's my little soapbox moment, I suppose. You can enjoy bad games. Enjoyment is a subjective matter. We are only a few minutes out from ad break, so I'm going to grab myself some food, get a refill of my drink, and then we will try to finish this up. We've got actually no, we've got almost exactly a half hour left of this. Which maybe we might finish. But I will be right back. Yeah, see, there you go. I enjoyed How to Survive 1. I did not like How to Survive 2. But I can respect the enjoyment of it. But I will be right back. Anyway. But yeah, I think that some people, I mean, the person that I'm referring to specifically with this is never going to hear this because they're banned because they did things significantly worse than just be obnoxious. But, I think that more people should, you know, be able to accept that you can enjoy things that are not objectively fantastic. And that something being classified as bad is something that it does not mean that your enjoyment is disqualified. Because like I said, I mean, I personally enjoy a game that is qualified as objectively bad. I mean, it is a game that, technically speaking, killed a company. I'm sure somewhere out there's someone that enjoys Assassin's Creed Shadows. They are not they are not bad for enjoying a game that people objectively classify as bad. I mean, a lot of people classify Assassin's Creed overall as like deteriorating because of the number of mechanics that have just been thrown out since Assassin's Creed. I think Revelations actually. That's a trio of like just Assassin's Creed 2 extended effectively, but like there are a lot of tools and items that have just kind of been thrown out since then. But yeah, I think that it's fine. And I really don't understand why I mean, I know why person in question, but I don't think I'll ever comprehend the sheer level of upsetty spaghetti that person in question got over me saying that their suggested game was bad. Because gameplay-wise it was. I mean, I get that is probably partially because they bought me the game, but I did not request them to do so. I said that I don't have it, so it's going to be removed from the queue if... And then they're like, okay, I'll buy it for you. And then they're like... And then they got mad about my freaking review of the game because I'm going to be honest about the games that I play for the completion list.
Like puzzle aspects or something, nothing more complicated than colored. Other aspect is so enrapturing that it keeps you coming back for more. I feel like maybe there could have been some kind of light puzzle aspects or something. Nothing more complicated than colored keys or skulls or something. Or you could enter a building to flick a switch. Just something to tease your brain, if only for a moment, to break up the repetition. I also want to bring some of like the map criticism. I feel like there could have been a lot more different. There could have been more variety. Like have some sections be really thin and narrow and you have to like shoot down a sniper. Just more variety with the maps, forcing your brain to think. Just making it work a little bit more instead of just, okay, WASD all around, just never take your finger off the click button. I don't know how much I could recommend this for a replay value, because it's just the same maps and enemy formulations every time. And I don't think the shooting is attractive enough to make me want to lab it and get good like it's Devil May Cry. I will say it's fun enough to mess around with some cheats after you complete a run, that is. It got quite a bit of later content, including Special Delivery, an expansion pack that added 4 new levels, which definitely lean hard more into the funny side of Postal and much less the dark side.
What? You don't sell Postal?
The splash screen...
I mean, that makes sense. Because they were definitely probably by then deciding that's where they wanted to go. God damn. I don't know why, but I've been very susceptible to hiccups today. But by this point, I'm assuming that they knew more that they wanted to lean into the funny. Because they were probably thinking about Postal too.
Are just outright funny. You remember when I talked about the other countries banning this game? You know what country didn't? Right. Funny. You remember when I talked about the other countries banning this game? You know what country didn't? Japan. In fact, they really liked Postal, which is absolutely insane. I know you may be thinking, oh.
Alright, to be fair, this is around the time there were a few games that Japan had that probably weren't... I mean, I guess that, like, Japan's priorities in that regard are a bit different, but... You get the idea. It's a bit, different. Japan had a few games that were banned in other places for also controversial, but very different reasons. But that's neither here nor there.
But it's Japan. They all have sorts of disturbing games there. What topics are disturbing can sometimes shift depending on the culture. Japan has a reputation for having weird games because they're a lot more comfortable with sexual content than us over here in the West. But they censor the hell out of violence whenever they get the chance to, which makes it all the more intriguing that not only was Postal brought over to the land of the rising sun, it got a Japanese dub. It got 2 whole new levels in the form of Osaka and Tokyo. Yeah, really like this game. Can we add some levels where the Postal dude kills a bunch of people in our country too? That'd be awesome, thanks. Imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Okay. Pretty sick of them, to be honest. The very rare governmental W, as the kids say. From Japan for that. That was over... No, not over 2 decades, but nearly 2 decades ago. So who knows if we'd still be having our same logic, I mean, for Christ's sake. We have Sony freaking censoring their own flagship game series at this point. Which is very ironic when, you know, Nintendo doesn't for certain ones. Neptunia is like one of those big ones where Nintendo has less censorship of some of the more recent Neptunia games than Sony does.
In the Japanese version of Postal, dubbed Super Postal, apparently did alright over there. Mind you, all of the blood was removed from the game as well as the final level, so the game kinda just doesn't have a real ending. I guess the Japanese audience needed this game so badly that they had to simply bring it overseas, albeit a censored version. Postal Dude's Japanese voice actor is also quite a riot. These two levels were actually lost for some time until Running with Scissors brought them over for the Steam port and included them in the Redux version, which is a really awesome touch. The splash screen text is composed of haikus, it's great. It's funny that the audio visual is really appealing, but the actual game is alright. Something that put me in a bit of a pickle was the story. It was naturally quite ambiguous to play into the theme of anyone going postal.
I mean, it's neat, but at the end of the day, it's still more OG Postal. If you don't like the gameplay loop, you're not exactly going to be jumping for, just more of it.
But there seems to be a deeper narrative at play. If it feels like something was missing, it's because it was. I omitted something very important. In the manual for this game on some later editions, there's an entire new set of text for each levels called diaries and war journals. They offer completely different explanations called diaries and war journals. They offer completely different explanations for events, instead of making the Postal Dude come off as a much more rational, sympathetic character, rather than a raging lunatic. This Postal Dude more rational.
Moving to Paradise was a tragic mistake. People here are sick. I hear gunshots, screams after dark, now the phone calls saying I'm being thrown out of the house. My house. Wearing Kevlar vest and carrying a sidearm at all times now.
Rational, sympathetic.
Must face the possibility that I'm the only uninfected person in Paradise. Air Force must napalm entire town, ensure this madness doesn't contaminate rest of country. Wait, I hear music? It is music. Better check this out.
Character, rather than a raging lunatic. This Postal Dude is deathly afraid of some kind of unspecified hate virus.
Must be others like me, immune to this germ warfare or whatever it is. Approaching trailer park, maybe some sane people there. Can't get hopes up, but must not despair either.
That he believes to be spreading from the Air Force Base, which causes the people of Paradise to go.
Okay, this image of him is much more ambiguous as to who it is. It doesn't have the very clearly defined trench coat or that arm being a gun. Keep wondering about the base. If I run into a flyboy, it's God's guarantee he'll try to put a cap in me. Figure I'm infected? Ah, hell, I'm gonna die once I hit the city anyhow.
Postal and attack him, a complete reversal of the script. Causes the people of Paradise to go postal and attack him, a complete reversal of the script. He views each level as a horrifying but necessary act, like killing them.
This is it. New Alamo. Me or them. Can't delay, can't risk infection. Come on, Grunt, let's rock and roll.
Gives them some of their dignity back after their infection. As compelling of a narrative as it is, killing them gives them some of their dignity back after their infection. As compelling of a narrative as it is, it doesn't really explain why the dude likes to make funny quips as he guns people down if he truly feels pitied for them. So the war journal might not be the most accurate depictions. Perhaps something thrown in the manual as some food for thought, or even to deliberately confuse people. No, the answer lies not there, but deeply nested within the game files themselves, and Running with Scissors done a pretty good job of not talking about it nearly ever, and I'll explain why. The Steam release of Postal 1 isn't perfect, because it forgoes the multiplayer mode and the map editor, which does exactly what you think it does. You can create custom maps to mess around with assets. Why these were left out of the Steam release, I'm not sure, but WRS did everyone a solid and just made the game open source and released all of the assets completely for free. If you take away anything from this video, it's that Running with Scissors loves its fans and they want you to know it.
Hey, if I do make this into a video, editing me, put up at the top that tweet thread about the one dude saying that, the one dude that said Running with Scissors, if they really wanted games to not die, should just release all their games for free or something like that during the Stop Killing Games moment. You know, the guy that got completely dunked on in the comments because he was fucking delusional and didn't even look for 2 seconds at the fact that, like, Postal 1 is free and Postal 2 is like $2. Oh, and they openly stated that they don't hate piracy of their own games. So, you know. The guy just kind of stuck his foot in his mouth but refused to take no for an answer, so it's like a six thing. It's like a six post thread where the one dude's talking to him, talking at Running with Scissors, but talking to himself for like 4 of those.
Can't shoot the kids in the level editors. Believe me, I tried. I was experimenting with this level editor. By that, I mean I was looking up guides on how to use it properly, because it's very complicated. And one of its stranger traits is that the dude has a pretty weird property where he won't say anything at all. That's because the audio files for him are kind of weird. You need to sort it out properly. And there's a folder where all of the dude's dialogue comes from. That folder is named Demon. So all of Rick Hunter's spoken words are labeled as Demon, including the monologue at the end. So the dude doesn't speak unless a voice line from Demon is present. All of the puzzle pieces have just been put into place. Everything from his mouth is the words of a nameless, formless demon, the one really in control. The one puppeting this man, whose inner thoughts might be the writings in the diary in the war journal, whose awareness of the situation is questionable at best. This demon is one of
I think from that perspective, it's the reverse. I think that it's actually the dude's comments in the journal and whatnot. The demon is feeding him that logic, but the demon also winds up taking over, like, his perception of everything and speaking through him. If that's actually, like, the thing.
the darkest depictions of something truly evil and sadistic I have ever seen in a piece of fiction. A truly godless being hell-bound on spreading as much death and destruction as physically capable, and using the body of an innocent man to do so. But it only gets bleaker when you realize the demon has my name, or your name. Not because his name is mundane, it's because we are the demon. We are the one pressing the keys, aiming the mouse, firing the bullets. We are the demon, and we made him go postal. That's how I choose to interpret it, at least. Running with Scissors makes it very clear that they don't necessarily confirm which version of the story is the right one, but they don't deconfirm anything either. You can believe the demon possession theory, or the virus story, or even that the dude is just straight up crazy. All of these are worthwhile avenues of narrative to explore. Future games, even up to the most recent release post.
I think the demon thing is at least partially true. To some degree, he or someone else is perceiving him as at least partially in that regard. In the final moments before death, freaking seeing the actual demon that is doing it or whatever, you know. Because they can see the spiritual plane, XYZ, I don't know. Or he sees himself in the mirror and can sense mirrors or portals, sees the demon beyond himself, you know. Depending on your mythology, I suppose I should clarify on that. But, it does kind of bring up the question as to how we get, you know, any of the others in continuation from there. All the others, Postal 2, Postal 2's expansions, which leads into Postal 4. I think that Postal 4 is the canonical follow-up to Postal 3, or not Postal 3, but Postal 2. I think that Postal 3 has been completely cut out at this point. Or is marked as a delusion, because it uses the other voice actor, and the other voice actor is Delusion, Delusion Dude in Postal 2's DLC. And then I believe is also the voice for dude for Brain Damaged. I don't remember on that one.
4, or even that the dude is just straight up crazy. All of these are worthwhile avenues of narrative to explore. Future games, even up to the most recent release, Postal 4, still reference and play around with these. This soundtrack album cover even has a monster whispering to a guy's ear, so, you know, I have my own theories. The dude typically has a cross on his jacket, not to imply that he is in any way a good Christian, but he does make a lot of references to religion, with misquoting Bible verses and all that spiritual talk. There's even more of that in Postal 2. He gives off a lot of ex-Catholic vibes. I can't think of many other games that choose to operate like this, where the basic premise leads to several different ways to interpret the story that all have the same amount of time and weight, like Who's Lila? Postal feels like a genuinely cursed piece of media, something ripped straight from a creepypasta, an art piece reserved for the underground, something exchanged between gloved hands in an alleyway, a playable Live League experience. In many ways, it feels antiquated and sluggish, even bordering on painful since it came out, but visually, audio-wise, it's monumentally head and shoulders above nearly every other game in the market. It's also...
Again, it's kind of just another point of there's a lot to it. The difficult point of entry is you have to play the damn thing. Which, you know, being a first-time writer is a little bit easier than being a first-time game dev. From not exactly from like the perspective of the gap in it, in skill-wise. It's more along the lines of knowing and having a good feel for how anyone outside of like the dev or writing team is going to like enjoy the thing. Also for games, you know, you basically need like a a future sense or something like that. Writing, I mean, aside from the fact that, you know, tropes are going to become more or less used over time, a good book is going to be a good book, throughout the years. A good game, at one point, Metroid 1 being a good example for this, can tend to be seen less favorably later down the line. Spending 6 hours regaining energy just to try and get one room done.
Popular in Russia, because of course it is. Russians love extremely violent and disturbing PC games, it's like their ecosystem. There is no competition for Postal because it did things that were simply not replicated at the time. Trying to compare it to other games does it a disservice. The proper angle that should be taken is seeing how other games took from Postal, even if unknowingly. This is not the first horror video game, and not the last. This is not the worst game of its genre, nor the best. This is the very middle point, where certain aspects are so jaw-dropping, but others are incredibly mediocre, that it achieves a monumental balancing act between a compulsory experience or one to avoid entirely. What you choose to rank it as is entirely up to you, but this game's strong points have made such an impact on me that I deem it one of my favorite games ever made. Regardless if its aspects aren't very good, I have to rank this game 5 stars. I don't know if I would go as far as to say this is a thinking man's game or anything pretentious like that, but it's something that should be discussed, and it manages to raise.
I mean, I've definitely had those moments. I don't ever really rate things 5 stars outright. I do think that things get close. Aside from, you know, when it's ratings for, like, an artist or something. Because, whatever. If it's actually something that I physically have to, I will, like, if it's close to perfect, I will rate it 5 stars. But, like, if I'm vocally saying it, I will rarely ever do that, if ever. Because I think I did that with, like, when we were discussing Deponia, the original trilogy, where I said that I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's very good. It is close-ish. Because I don't think that there's any, like, perfect game out there.
Topics that no one else was doing in the medium, not really in a psychoanalyzing way or even an explanation, but rather as a dangling keys way, like a way to force people to think about what they'd rather not, choosing to discomfort everyone who boots it up. It's an amazing game that puts you in a dark place, but I wish it played better.
It's not really one of those the gameplay is bad on purpose to illustrate something in the story or the theme kind of situations. It's more that they really did try to make an enjoyable game, which I think it is, but it's just that its ideas and art and sound outpaces the ability of the programmers to make a very engaging game. I know that sounds like harsh, but it's kind of the truth. It's an alright shooter. There's definitely better. You can definitely do worse though.
Running with Scissors made a decent chunk of change off this game and have been around making games ever since. Postal 2 and the likes are a story for another day. Postal is a very 90s game, as I've mentioned before, but I think this is also a detriment, past just the general outdated gameplay aspects. Would a game like this be released now? Well, look at the video's progress bar. We're far from done here. Running with Scissors asked themselves the
Yep, we got 20 minutes
same
left.
question, because in 2016, 19 years after Postal came out, they released Postal Redux, a complete remake. Let's go Postal again. What exactly does Redux even mean? It's not remake or remaster. Redux means to bring something back, but I would like to think in this case it means reductive. Okay, what, too far of a stretch? Why do I say that? Well, in many important aspects, Redux fails to live up to the original game, and that's evident from the title screen. The game has an entirely new aesthetic. The splash screens were all redrawn, sporting a new soft, melded look, where the ground splits up to reveal a screaming head rather than a sloppy photograph. Buildings and people blend in with each other, certain graphics touched up and cleaned, and I think it looks far worse. I know it might sound silly to compare this spooky skull to this spooky skull, but there's an entirely different appeal with these two. Maybe it's just hindsight view, but I prefer the messier, uglier graphics of the original, adding more to the interpretation rather than the same images drawn in a different art style. The dead bodies look far less true to life and more stylized, which is not inherently a bad thing, but I do think it was a misread on what people wanted out of this remake. A lot of locations are fleshy, like a Lovecraftian Saya no Utu aesthetic, rather than starting off as a warped-looking photograph.
What?
Craftian Saya no Utu aesthetic, rather than starting off as a like a Lovecraftian Saya no Utu aesthetic.
How it feels to call the game Saya no Uta instead of Song of Saya.
Rather than starting off as a warped-looking photograph that descends into madness. I think Andrew Fake and his team did a great job, but it just wasn't a perfect fit. The body pit at the credits even removed the baby, but I understand why they did it, since the company has gone on record saying they are not okay with killing kids in games. Even if that statement seems kind of like, alright, okay. Pictures often move and have this writhing effect, which I am not a fan of whatsoever. I think it's supposed to look creepy and unnerving, but it all kind of looks like those FPS boosted GIFs of like Studio to look creepy and unnerving, but it all kind of looks like those FPS boosted GIFs of like Studio Ghibli food. Even the UI kind of feels like...
That's the second fucking time in 2 days that I've heard someone pronounce it GIF. I've never heard anyone actually, like, seriously pronounce it GIF until now. I'm not going to, like, go on my freaking high horse and say that it's wrong, but it is weird. From my perspective as someone who has never actually heard it pronounced that way outside of memes on the internet. Just a word. You can pronounce it however you want.
Okay. It's not all bad, however. The visuals during active gameplay look awesome. The environments have all been cleaned up and don't lose much of the tone and atmosphere the original had, even if the new grounds kind of charm is gone, replaced with higher quality textures. I don't mind it. Same with the new 3D models. I prefer the super blocky look of the dude in his first outing, but he looks pretty snazzy here too. The foes are much easier to distinguish and look a lot cleaner, which is a helpful change. The UI facelift is a godsend. I can actually see how much ammo I have for my guns, like it all got put in big picture mode. Let's talk about the music, shall we? This is easily the most divisive aspect for me, because there's 2 discs to this OST, one of recomposed versions of the original OST, and another is entirely new tunes. The recomposed tracks, man, I really just don't like them. I think Takumi Sloan, Kurt Wallaby, and The Gimp did a good job, but
Fucking what?
I think Takumi Sloan, Kurt Wallaby, and The Gimp did a good job, but it feels like the wrong instruments were emphasized.
Wait,
It takes a lot more of a noticeable rhythmic drum and bass sound, which should be a good thing. I love the genre, but compare how the intro themes start. How the first game is gut-wrenching and horrifying, while Redux sounds like something The Weeknd would rap over.
Yeah, I definitely,
Compare the terrors of the screams in the city versus how they sound in Redux. Even the endings.
I definitely think that the old version leans more into working with the more demonic, like, visual feel of, like, the... What's the word I'm looking for? The idea that his brain ain't braining the way that it's supposed to.
Safe.
Himself a hero. This is common among those who, in popular slang, go postal.
No matter how many times I hear it, the new soundtrack just doesn't fit. It sounds wonky and ill-equipped to match the
Oh, that's a
scenes.
mask on.
However, there still is that other disc, rather than remixing old tracks. However, there still is that other disc. Sounds wonky and ill-equipped to match the scenes. However, there still is that other disc. Rather than remixing old tracks, these are entirely new. Instead of being slow and dramatic and eerie, they intend to pump your blood. And brothers and sisters, they do more than just that. They make me fly into a rage. A good kind of rage. The kind of rage that makes you wanna go postal.
That is kind of a jam.
This disc is excellent. It's something entirely new that really lets the talents of the team shine. But how come there's a change in style? It's still a drastic change to go from dark ambience to intense kill the innocents action, and that can be explained quite easily if I explain the gameplay differences between the two versions.
I mean, even, like, just off of what we've seen, the new definitely seems more... I don't know, the old is clunky and, more methodical? Question mark? The word I'm looking for? I don't know. Now it's very much more conventional twin stick shootery, speed running gun kind of deal feeling from what it looks like.
Fundamentally, the games play the same, but there are loads of small details that make Redux the definitive way to play the game. Firstly, there's a health meter of each enemy to show how much health they have indicated by color. Explosive containers take much less time to detonate, therefore becoming useful to use. The two shotguns have separate ammo types, which makes using the auto shotgun a worthwhile expenditure rather than a last-minute snap decision. Playing this game also made me realize I never talked about the landmine weapons. Don't worry, they suck. They even added a whole new weapon in the form of a revolver, which gives us a new long-range option with some serious firepower. Think of it like the Half-Life 2 revolver, where it just destroys whatever you put in front of it. But at the cost of being kind of sluggish and situational because of scarce ammo. They even added a whole new level into the game, the Carnival. Most things because of scarce ammo. They even
Keep your head, hands, arms, and legs and feet inside the ride at all times. You're bound to lose more today than just a few limbs.
added a whole new level into the game, the Carnival. Most things from the first game are here, just more polished. There's even unique executions for each weapon, which is an awesome addition that makes it feel rewarding to press that button and see what animation is played next. There's a bunch of extra visual flares you can add to the game. Half of them are comedically hideous for the sake of a gag. The other half aren't too bad, like that other game. Wonder what that could mean. However, there were some changes. Like that.
What game could that possibly be?
That other game.
Black
Wonder
and
what
white
that could
with
mean. However,
specific
there were some
accents.
changes I don't like. I feel like there's a more noticeable delay in swapping weapons. Not in the sense that the game lags or isn't working properly, this is a feature. I felt like the pacing of combat was more or less unchanged from the same as the first game. So having a more pronounced delay in weapon swapping is distracting and feels like it chips away from the quick action that was established just fine. It's not game-breaking or even a monumental problem that ruins the experience, but it's pronounced enough to make me a little irked at the differences, but not enough to register a formal complaint. Instead of hitting F1, you simply run to the edge of the map, which does wonders for continuity between levels, which have been slightly altered to have some specific elements bleed over. But regardless of where you are on the map, you still have to walk over to this specific spot. And the dude doesn't exactly have a pep in his step. It's not quite like Hotline Miami, where that takes like 5 seconds max.
I mean, yeah. But he is faster than he seemed to be in the original, so... It could be worse.
Here, maps are larger, so it's intensely awkward 30 seconds while it blinks in your direction. I wouldn't say it somehow messes up the feeling of lying in your own bed of death and destruction after each level.
From the halls of the Vatican to the runways of truth, we are there at the place called Climax, and the time called now. When it's done, the gods sort it out.
But I don't think it helps it either. And yes, I know how petty of a complaint that is. You don't get long videos like this if you don't bring up little details like that. The special delivery and super postal levels are here, which is awesome, but how come there's no level select? You have to play the campaign on the regular assortment of levels, all the DLC levels on their own, or both together. The only way to pick levels is to have save points set up a specific one. But you can't just choose one at the menu? Why? Postal 1 had that. It's not a huge deal, it just seems like a weird feature to forego when the original eventually got it. I couldn't get anyone to play multiplayer with me because all my friends play live service slot, but it looks pretty cool. There's a whole new mode called Rampage, which takes familiar maps and adds a whole lot more weapons and ammo and twice the amount of enemies.
God
Your aim is
damn.
to shoot as many people as fast as you can while keeping track of your kill streak and switching weapons often to maximize points. The less time to do so, the better. Now this was the replay value we needed. This was such an
Also, he's got, like that other game, as this freaking filter for this. Someone in post, turn all the blood green.
easy inclusion, but it's so fun. I finally
That's a joke. It doesn't actually have to happen because it's not specifically the other game.
feel a reason to master the combat in order to score better times, all while those sick new tunes roar in the background. Redux has an entirely different attitude to the original, instead of choosing to excite and enthrall with its visuals and audio instead of disturb, and nowhere is that clearer than the main campaign. The standard mode plays out basically the same, except the new carnival level between the city and Central Park. If you play on hard mode, the diary and war journals replace the standard text, which is a neat touch. However, things really change at the
Wait, what
war
was that?
journals replace the standard in the city and Central Park. If you play on hard mode, the diary and war journals replace the standard text, which is a neat touch. However, things really change at the end, because instead of the elementary school, the last
Hive has been cleansed, source of the corruption has been corked, laid, and about. Okay, this is still the same.
level is dubbed the end. There's no school in sight, but rather a church. We have to march forwards until we see a grave being lowered into the ground. A funeral with only one attendee, a priest. It's a lonely sight that causes the dude to have a total breakdown, and when the coffin is lowered, the only hostile is eliminated. So that hostile is either the person in the coffin or the dude himself. We get the same asylum ending beats as the original, but instead the dialogue is delivered by Corey Cruz, the voice of the dude in Postal 3, Brain Damaged, and an optional voice in 4.
Okay, so that's he is brain damaged. I was wondering. He's also the alt voice for Brain Dude in Postal 2 expansion. Paradise Lost, I believe is what it's called. Um, 3 official expansions. Apocalypse Weekend. Paradise Lost is the one I'm thinking of, yeah. Wow, Corkscrew Rules is actually listed as official. Yuck. But, I mean, technically both Apocalypse Weekend and Paradise Lost, to be honest. Share the Pain. Is that actually official? Expansion adds 2 new areas to the base game. Obligatory sewer complex. Tora Bora, new weapon of mass destruction. Fully functional version of Unreal 3, multiplayer deathmatch. Okay, that just adds multiplayer. I thought that was... am I freaking crazy? Because I thought that there was an official way to co-op Postal 2. But when I mentioned it to Meika, she said it was a mod that they were running.
Meaning that this could just be the regular doctor speaking instead of the demon. Or it's a funny reference to Postal 3. There are some theories about the Postal Dude in Paradise Lost or Postal 4, but I'll save those when the time comes to talk about the rest of the franchise. Lost or it's a funny reference to Postal 3. There are some theories about the Postal Dude in Paradise Lost or Postal 4, but I'll save those when the time comes to talk about the rest of the franchise. Now, I understand what most people are thinking. Running with Scissors pussied out. They removed the original ending because they were afraid of offending people. When the game came out in 2016, the idea of attacks on schools was hardly unthinkable. It was almost a little anticipated, so the shock value wasn't really there. But the actual reason is depressing, but also follows my reasoning.
Yeah, it was like right dead in the middle of all that. Like, I mean, we're still kind of in the middle of it from a certain perspective, but the original idea behind it was that it was supposed to be an extreme that was thought to be something that no one would cross the line of. The entire idea behind that is out the window, doubly so when you're dead in the middle of, like, it being a regular occurrence. Poor choice of words, but you get the idea.
According to an interview with a lead developer of Running with Scissors, John Merchant, the ending was changed because it just wasn't shocking anymore, which is a heartbreaking reality. The hypothetical of such a depraved game becoming not only a reality, but a semi-common occurrence. I know a lot of people really disliked the new ending, and I understand where they're coming from. I understand why it was changed, even if I think the game loses a lot of its impact without it, but this funeral scene is just too ambiguous for my taste to act as a decent alternative. However, if you play the game on hard mode, there's some additional figures here. A man and a woman, perhaps husband and wife, but who's being buried? The trail goes pretty cold here, but many theorize that the man standing here is the Postal Dude himself, the woman being his wife, and the coffin lowering his child. The evidence is scant, but I wasn't really able to find clues hinting at it, so it's approaching headcanon territory. It's not that this ending is flaccid, it fits well within the ambiguous nature of the rest of the game, but as a comparison, it doesn't really deliver in the ways it needs to, and this is a sentiment that applies for the entire game. I've also heard the theory that the Postal Dude here is Postal Dude from the second game, with the woman being the wife in the second game, and that this is some kind of like death hallucination thing, because some people think that the Postal Dude from the first one is Postal Dude in the second game's father,
It's also a theory. I
What the
personally
fuck?
view Redux as a companion piece to Postal 1, rather than a full-on replacement. I would much rather grind out level scores and replay Redux for its highly improved gameplay, but as an experience, as a piece of art and entertainment, Postal 1 is still superior. There's a different attitude with Redux, an understanding that you were probably a fan of the first, or at least were interested in it, and Redux should provide a comparable experience, ideally, when I wasn't entirely feeling it. I'm glad if people tell me they prefer Redux or got into the series by Redux. I'm happy for you, but I just don't feel the same. I'm glad running with scissors is always relevant, regardless. I don't know what I would want out of a remake of Postal. The lower sound and visual quality is just irreparably tied to its appeal, and making it all HD, either replicating its assets 1-to-1 or just wonky 4K upscaling, would be uncanny, and not in the good way that strengthens the game. At least you can burn the bodies in Redux.
It also does, like, there's a not small number of things that, I mean, you, like, the entire end portion still has that aspect to it, you know? We can't just go back and freaking redo the ending from Postal into Postal Redux because, again, it doesn't have that effect anymore. It is no longer this is a unimaginable evil. It is a real evil.
It's just so corrupted and red, and pulsating is the only word to describe how this game makes sense to me. I tried to organize a list of games that look similar, that have this kind of visually disgusting art style where everything looks kind of warped and wrong. Silent Hill 4, Sayano Uta, Space Funeral, etc. It's such a hard aesthetic to explain, and even hard.
What is Sayano Uta? The visual novel from the looks of it. And I can definitely see, like, parallels being drawn here. What was that other one? Space Funeral? Oh. Ooh, that's ugly. Ooh. I can kind of, it kind of also gives me, the Space Funeral kind of also gives me some Lisa vibes a bit.
Harder to pull off, but it's so damn intriguing. Please leave some suggestions for games or films that whatever shares this look. It's so hard to find.
Let me see if anyone mentioned it. Hey, running with scissors. American Postal. I don't see Lisa mentioned.
Everywhere I read is that Postal Redux didn't perform well initially, with a PlayStation 4 version being cancelled on release. This might have been because they brought
I think that Lisa's also just fresh in the mind because Juniper's been going through Lisa, and I've been tempted again to go and play it, which could be a game that works out. It could be a game that works out as something for us to play soon-ish. As a game that I don't have to worry about what's the word I'm looking for? Being like overly taxing on the PC. I'm once again in that feeling where I've eaten and now I am tired.
Postal 1 on Steam completely for free, and people didn't see a reason to buy the remake. Things turned around in the 2020s because the Switch and PC version sold well enough to get physical prints, which is really awesome. And since those console ports, Running with Scissors has moved on from Postal 1, but we the fans haven't. But you know what a true Postal fan would know? That Sal's been here the whole time. You thought he was out, but no, he's just been here the whole time, quietly. And he wants you to know that if you want more videos to come out sooner, then consider becoming
What?
been here. We the fans haven't. Console ports.
Okay,
Running
no,
with
he's
Scissors
just over
has
the armor
moved
right
on
now.
from Postal 1, but we the fans haven't. But you know what a true Postal fan would know? That Sal's been here the whole time. You thought he was out, but no, he's just been here the whole time, quietly. And he wants you to know that if you want more videos to come out sooner, then consider becoming one of my lovely patrons. Not only does it equip you with the knowledge that you are personally funding videos like these to come out quicker and higher quality,
My eyes are
you
glazing
get
over.
access to an ever-growing back catalog of exclusive videos released nowhere else, as well as private insights into what projects I'm working on next, if you want to hear my first impressions on a game I've played or a movie I've just watched, or if you just want to help me out. The Jawcoin tier gets their names featured in the video. Do consider supporting me, you won't regret it. What's next in store? I've spoken about the media outcry, but what do people think of this game now, 27 years later? Well, it's hardly mainstream, but it become quite respected as entertainment and as art. Imitation is the highest form of flattery, and a group of Polish developers called Destructive Creations were so inspired by Postal that they made a game so similar it caused an identical outcry.
My name is not important.
Yep, there it
Hatred is
is.
in a weird spot because it isn't nearly as well regarded as Postal, but it's stunning how it ran to the same level of controversy as Postal. Twitch banned adult-only games specifically because of hatred, even
Here's the thing, though. It's not even like... It's not even that exciting of a game.
though the adult
That was a
rating it
decade
received was
ago.
already questionable. Hatred wasn't quite as edgy as Postal in some ways because there was no elementary school ending and no attempts at commentary or being thought-provoking. But you specifically had to kill innocent people. It was woven into the gameplay mechanic to recover health, which is actually pretty clever for a spin on Postal. A lot of people missed it, but Hatred was mostly satire too. It's just Eastern European, so it has a very morbid sense of humor. Unless you were Ulster Eastern European and find this stuff funny. The main character, the antagonist, or not important as he's been so lovingly dubbed by this small but passionate fanbase, was even inspired by the box art of the original Postal dude.
Yep.
Running with Scissors liked this venture so much that they put not important into Redux via a cheat
Yep.
code. Destructive Creations even sent over his voice lines.
Human scum.
I have a whole separate video just on Hatred you should check out for more details. Regardless,
I don't know. I don't think that Hatred's like that bad as far as like in the regard that people, or in regards to the way that companies, I should specify, not people, dubbed it. I don't think it's that bad in that regard. It's just kind of dry.
Regardless of your feelings on hatred, it's undeniable proof that Postal had a profound effect on people. Enough for people to want similar experiences, and to try and create them themselves. Anywhere you look where Postal as a franchise is being discussed, people beg and clamor for a game similar to the first to be made. But Running with Scissors chose to make Postal 2, which is, putting it kindly, definitely not Postal 1. The reason why Postal 2 leans so Postal 1. The reason why Postal 2 leans so hard into the comedic and social commentary isn't sinister or even conspiratorial. Running with Scissors simply decided to take another direction with the series. They wanted to move on and work on something different, which I can't fault them for. It's not like they tried to bury Postal 1, they deliberately made it as easy as possible to access. I absolutely love Postal 2, but they took a very hard left turn from the original. But that doesn't mean it's bad at all. Postal 2 is amazing, just in an entirely different way from the original. It's like Paranoid Android to Kid A. Two legends can coexist, but both are legends for different reasons. That primordial atmospheric terror of Postal 1 was a moment in history.
I have more experience with Postal 2, and I obviously have a bias toward it because of, it being the more familiar of the two.
Hatred was able to capture its brutality and edge factor. Postal Redux captured the run and gun gameplay. But nothing has ever come that has made me feel the exact same way Postal did, and I'm not sure if anything ever really could. The closest thing that feels like Postal to me are the dozens of fan-made tracks people have made. It's really illuminating as to how people were so inspired by this game. Thankfully, we don't have to choose between the antiquated original or the arguably inferior remake, because this is a rare instance of having our cake and eating it too. Don't like the remake? No problem. The original has been updated to work on modern hardware, added widescreen support, and the source code is completely free. And if it feels too outdated, the remake is incredibly cheap. Running with Scissors have done the best possible outcome here and allow you to choose whatever version you like, which has always kept this game alive and well, which is really inspiring and deserves so much appreciation. This game isn't viewed from a, remember that weird edgy 90s game back in the day? It's, remember that weird edgy 90s game that's still around? Running with Scissors has demonstrated the ability to create pulse-pounding.
Honestly, what lads? There aren't a whole lot of, good devs still around. Okay. I guess that putting it that way is being very, pessimistic. But, not many that get, talked about or are, out in front of you. I mean, obviously there's, a bunch of indies that, are well regarded. I mean, we were just talking about freaking Toby on Tuesday for a little bit of it. And as far as I know, he's still well regarded. I don't know him personally at all, and I haven't yet played any of Undertale or Deltarune. But, I don't know. It's weird to think of Running with Scissors as an indie company, which they technically are, I guess. They're self-published and everything. And they run through Kickstarters and whatnot, so I don't know. It's weird to think about, I don't know. My brain wants to say that they're a double A or something like that. They're not triple A. But
intensely horrifying experiences in the medium, but they choose to move on and follow a different path, and I respect them for that. Go show them some love and play Postal 4, or Brain Damage, or watch their podcast. As for the legacy of Postal, I think that lies in our hands, the fans. We might just need to make our own experiences. I know if I ever make a game, that's probably going to be partly inspired by Postal, among other things. It would probably be an RPG Maker game, though. Fans are so dedicated they even made a working Dreamcast port, licensed by Running with Scissors themselves. That's all I have for today. Until I see you when I see you, brothers and sisters, have a lovely rest of your day.
What else do you have on your list, my guy? Dragon Tycoon Edge. Edgiest cyberpunk game ever made? I really hate when you go into something like this. Like, oh, I'm going to look at whatever this thing is. I wonder what it could be about. I hope that it gives me a little bit of a view of what it is, and it's like, hey, here's the least useful portion of the entire video. Like, at least this gives me a little bit of visual as to what the game looks like. This is worthless. This is kind of worthless. I mean, this is Super Mario RPG. I also did Phantasmagoria. Phantasmagoria is another one of those games that we'll probably play this December. I have it. We played Harvester last year. December, October. I'm gonna bookmark this page. We might watch some more of this guy's videos later. This is here twice. We'll watch the Harvester one later down the line as well. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow exactly. I'm talking as if I'm ending, but I'm not entirely... Oh, well... We'll give a couple seconds to this.
Welcome to the Postal Iceberg, a delve into the hidden tidbits of the postal universe. As we continue to flesh out the lore and dive deeper into the
I don't think I'm going to care enough about this to... Oops. I meant to click on the refresh. I don't think I'm going to be able to really talk much on an iceberg video. I'll watch it off stream, but I don't think I'll watch this on stream. That being said, let me start this over. Actually, I want to skip to this. I don't know if I'm going to raid into anyone. I don't know who's going. So let's see here. I'm just going to scroll through people I'm following. See if there's anyone that stands out. So I may have people that I watch after I'm done with streaming, but like, there's a difference between that and someone that I want to raid into, you know? Targo's going. We could raid into Targo. I have raided into him recently, but... that is an option. Kay's doing D&D. I don't think I want to raid into D&D tonight. Star Citizen. Didn't think I'd ever see someone streaming that. Wingman's doing some Minecraft. What is Maka doing? Roblox from the looks of it. That would explain why she isn't just chatting. Ironically, I think she's with the... No. Maybe? Is that the person? That might have been the person I saw her playing, Postal with, ironically enough. Which also kind of got me convinced that it wouldn't be awful to reach out to her at some point, but that's put it back on hold because PC's still in a not great state. I did send out my busted motherboard today, so hopefully I can get either I or they refund desktop or something. VR chat. Mumkey. Sinu we rated twice this month. Once yesterday. You're back up to 80 hours. I have once again been put into a position where I do not give a shit. Oka's doing some Uma. Egg's doing some RimWorld. I might do some RimWorld. Maybe that's what we do. We fuck around with some RimWorld tomorrow. I have a shit ton of mods for my RimWorld. Eden is playing some Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Targo. Ugh, God. And that scrolls me all the way to the top. Targo's doing some art. So let's fuck it. I don't really want to go completely raidless tonight, so let me move this onto my main screen. But tonight was nice. Even if we were watching something with a little bit more of a darker tone from what I'd normally watch for a yapping night. I enjoyed it. It was nice to have some nice cool weather, be able to actually enjoy some yapping and some Green Goblin masking. Let me start the raid. There's the socials. You can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, follow me on Twitter, and keep up to date. In order to keep up to date on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and art like you see in the corner, and like there is exclusive to all of those things because I can't post it on Twitch. I can't even post it on Blue Twitch because it's furry. That being said, if you would like to commission me, there's also my card. It also leads to all of my other methods of being able to see my art and whatnot. I don't believe I have any other real announcements. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. For all I know, it could wind up being like 98 degrees tomorrow, and I could just not be able to stream. I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath for it to be good 3 days in a row. That being said, hopefully we have some news on PC stuff again soon. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz, and I will see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. Love y'all. Bye.